the left thumbstick wasn't quite working right. A was an interesting one. This was the one where the left thumbstick was so misaligned that it was digging into the case. I opened it up, took the thumbsticks off, and found nothing really out of the ordinary. I mean, the joysticks worked, one of them was just a little bit out of place. I cleaned it up and replaced the thumbsticks with some nice new clean ones, and found that just with that, it was no longer digging into the case. Was that it? Was it just a bad thumbstick and nothing else wrong with the actual module? Well, not exactly. I do think it was a lot of the problem, but I noticed even with the new sticks, it was still slightly too high. By like just a few millimeters, and not for any real discernible reason. They both click down at exactly the same point, but the left one is more bouncy. It's like the spring is just higher. I don't know how that could have happened. Maybe this joystick model is already a third-party replacement, or maybe some kind of damage happened that tugged the spring hard enough to unwind it a little. Who knows, and ultimately I decided it wasn't a big enough problem. I mean, everything else on the controller worked, the left thumbstick was just slightly too high, which doesn't really get in the way of gameplay. With D and E, I tried the same deep joystick cleaning with alcohol, even opening up some parts of the joystick to do it, but none of it seemed to help. After literal hours of trying to clean these things, I eventually concluded the only real way to fix these things would be to replace the joystick modules entirely. What complicates this is that Sony seems to have used two different kinds of joystick module in their controllers, each with completely incompatible pin layouts, despite the fact that these are both 6-axis controllers. Controller E's modules have 3 pins, and Controller D's have 4. And for some reason the 4-pin modules are much harder to find. I already had some spare 3-pin modules sitting around, so I whipped out my trusty desoldering gun, removed the old joystick module from E, and soldered in a new one. And it, worked? I mean, we no longer have the same issue, but when I was testing it, the thumbstick behaved a little strangely. It's really sensitive, and while it is capable of analog movement, it very much seems to try snapping to the 4 cardinal directions. I don't actually know why. I mean, technically I bought these sticks for Xbox One controllers, so maybe they're calibrated differently, or maybe these replacement sticks just suck. I'll probably have to replace this again just to find out. And it's the same story with Controller D. I won't be finishing this one in the video just because I'm probably going to have to wait until I can find a 4-pin joystick module, which may take a while, and after that it'll just be replacing it, which you've already seen. So I figure it's not important enough to delay this video for. Now, I said I wasn't going to spend much time on the generics, and I won't, but I was curious to see if any of them could be fixed. First, the imposter, Controller F. This one's only real issue appears to be that the R1 button is out of alignment, and the third LED is broken, but that's hardly a deal breaker. I actually have a feeling that simply opening it and realigning the R1 button will fix it. So that's exactly what I tried to do. And that's exactly what fixed it. Yeah, there was literally nothing more to it than that. I don't know how it got misaligned in the first place. Maybe someone opened it before and really rushed putting it back together, but yeah, fixing it was extremely easy. While all the axes are mapped to the wrong place on PC, when I tested it on a real PS3, everything seemed fine. And that is where it counts, so I'm gonna call this one fixed. Let's take a look at G. This had almost exactly the same symptoms as B. It would power on, but not connect. And I wondered if this was going to be exactly the same problem, that being a broken PS button, until I just pressed the button and immediately proved myself wrong. Suddenly, this became a lot more daunting. It was no longer an obvious hardware issue, at least that I could think of. It seemed like it was going to be some kind of esoteric logic issue, which would be much harder, if not impossible, to diagnose and fix. Nevertheless, I cracked it open, quite literally cracked because some of the plastic screw stalks just broke off. Cool, I guess those screws are useless now. I looked around and did find some oddities, like this timing crystal which was mounted really strangely. There's a straight up outline for it which it's completely misaligned out of. It was kind of hard to believe that this was intentional unless it was really poorly assembled. I wondered if it had been dropped and knocked out of alignment somehow, and maybe that was leading to some kind of logic issue. So I desoldered and resoldered it back into place, but sadly it made no difference. I don't really know what to do about this one, and since it's just a generic, I think I'm gonna leave it. Controller I's joysticks were a complete disaster. Both of them felt horrible and crunchy. And if you remember, somehow the right thumbstick doesn't even move in all directions. I didn't have a lot of hope for it, but I just had to open it up and see what was happening inside. Looking at the left thumbstick, there was clearly something wrong with it. I couldn't exactly put my finger on what was happening, but you can see this plastic rod that pokes out and presses L3 when you push the thumbstick in is really loose and shifts around a lot. It's so weird. And as you might expect, the other joystick is even worse. Yeah, that's the same plastic rod for pressing R3, but somehow it's ended up inside the joystick module, jammed into the top right corner. I can only really guess what happened, and my guess is that this thing was at some point slammed, joystick down, so hard that it completely snapped and dislocated these clicky bits, and this is the end result. I just don't know how to make anything else out of it. I think the only way to fix these would be to replace them completely, and once again, I don't think I'm gonna bother for this one. And last but... okay, maybe this is least. Controller H, the one ravaged by battery juice. Technically, this is probably fixable, and probably pretty straightforward to do so. However, there were other weird things I noticed about it, like the fact that this controller has no mini USB port on it. It wasn't a wired controller like Controller I, so this was really weird, because it's kind of a requirement on a PS3 controller since it's the only official way to charge and pair it with the console. I briefly wondered if maybe it was a misidentified PS2 controller with some kind of counterpart dongle that makes it wireless. Well, I was half right. It is in fact a PS3 controller, but it doesn't use the PS3's official wireless protocol, instead requiring a USB dongle for some reason. The ads boast about it using 2.4 GHz Wi-Fi rather than the PS3's standard Bluetooth, but is that actually better? Or could they just not afford whatever licensing was required for real Bluetooth and/or real PS3 communication? Whatever, the point is, I don't have whatever dongle I'm supposed to have to use this controller, meaning even if I did fix it, I wouldn't even be able to use it. Considering that, I don't think I'm gonna bother with this one either. While I do feel a little guilty leaving it in this condition, the fact that it's just a generic, and even if I did completely fix it, I'd then have to track down some obscure dongle just to even use it, really just makes me feel like it's not worth my time. But hey, that's all 9 PS3 controllers. Considering I got 6 good ones, including 5 genuine controllers for $40, I think is pretty good. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this video. This is actually my last one for the year, so I hope you also enjoy whatever celebrations you have planned, and I'll see you all in the next year. Bye guys.
The Scout is TF2's quintessential glass cannon, an archetype that's led to some of the most explosive, high-octane characters of all time.
Photo I used on Discord for this has been a 6-month investigation. I have collected hundreds of gigabytes worth of footage. I've spent countless hours scouring the internet, but I think we did it. I think we found the strangest TF2 player of all time. Let me show you. On the 6th of January, I uploaded a video called The NPCs of TF2, which is a short compilation of all the wacky people I'd come across whilst playing TF2. Around 8 seconds into this video, there's a clip of me waiting for a health pack to respawn when all of a sudden, I notice a demo man below me is perched on the side of Hightower's cliff, shooting stickies up at a gap in the floorboards. Now this isn't how most people play TF2, and I did think it was quite bizarre at the time, but it didn't go any deeper than that. I clipped it, I put it in my video, and that was that. A few people commented about how the strategy this demo was using was actually 200 IQ, but besides that, I didn't really think too much of it. Fast forward 18 days to the 24th of January, where I was playing a game on Moss Rock when one of my friends noticed that a huntsman sniper on our team was taunting after every shot they fired. So, like any sane person would, we began to follow them and investigate what tomfoolery they were up to. They picked up a clean kill with the bushwhacker on a flanking demo, and then, well, then something quite spectacular happened.
Surely.
Oh! That's right, this random sniper decided to pull off a 360 huntsman shot whilst falling to their imminent death, and it actually worked. This absolutely blew me away, and you may actually recognize this clip because it featured in a video I released later in January called the Auto Barrels Atrocity. Now it was really funny, but again, I honestly didn't think too much of it until I saw the comments where people were pointing out that this huntsman sniper who just pulled off the frag of their life was the same demo man we saw in my previous video. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was when Bing Soy officially came onto my radar. I don't know what it was exactly, but this discovery got me really interested in Bing Soy because the way he played the game was unlike anything I had ever seen before, and I wanted to know No more. So the following day, I got to work. I started by creating a new text chat on my Discord called Bing Soy Sightings, where people could submit any videos or screenshots they had of his unusual behavior. And to my surprise, we started getting submissions really quickly. The first video was sent in by one of my admins, Corey, who discovered Bing Soy on Badlands spawn camping in a way that I have never seen before.
Yeah. It's just air blast. It's just, oh.
Like what? Forcibly air blasting someone into water so you can pyro shock them? That takes ingenuity. Another clip from Corey also showed Bing Soy camping his own team's teleporter. Another one of my admins, Legs, found Bing Soy on the map Altitude, where he repeatedly shot at a wall with his shotgun before backpedaling off a cliff to his death. Later that game, Legs also found him peering off into the mountains at the edge of the map, which, I mean, fair enough, it's a pretty scenic view, but why? What compelled him to do this? This juxtaposition between Bing Soy's genuinely impressive plays and creative strategies to, well, this
It just walked off a cliff.
really dumbfounded me. I was so intrigued by the enigma that was Bing Soy, and I had so many questions that needed answers, so on the 31st of January, I decided it was time for me to suit up and get on the ground myself. My investigation began in the beautiful rainforests of PL Borneo, where I spotted Bing Soy playing Engineer. At first, I didn't see anything too out of the ordinary. I mean, he just seemed to be playing some pretty stock standard Engineer, but later in the match, he swapped to Heavy, where I began to notice some oddities. Rather than holding down mouse 1 to continually shoot like a normal Heavy would, he seemed to really like tap firing with the Tommy Slug as if he were peaking an angle in CSGO. I also noticed that Bing Soy had quite the affinity towards taunting, because he was whipping out that stock minigun taunt after literally anything of any significance happening. He's taunting! Oh, he's dead. The investigation continued on to the next map, Mountain Lab, where things got a lot weirder. I kid you not, but for an entire 60 seconds, Bing Soy was absolutely determined to do this jump, which I am 99% sure is impossible. He did find a little ledge on the rocks you could glitch onto, but ultimately it was to no avail. No! He almost made the jump from the... He also seemed to be very paranoid as he was firing projectiles at literally everything on the map as he returned to the front line, and we also got another glimpse of his Huntsman Sniper gameplay where he would randomly shoot arrows through the floorboards. Things started to get really weird on the next map, Badlands, where Bing Soy was playing Flog Pyro, and for the period of about 15 minutes did nothing but, well, whatever this is. I don't know if Bing Soy thought there were gang stalkers hiding in his walls, but he seemed determined to engulf every single surface of the map in flames, and God, was it just bizarre to watch. I ended up on his team and we swapped to Badwater, and it was more of the same. Except this time I was pocketing him, meaning he was actually racking up kills, and he also started taunting directly in front of the enemy team's spawn door, which is just alpha as fuck. You have to respect that. This rampage on Pyro was followed by some scout gameplay, except not the normal kind where you're shooting, more the kind where you drink bonk to go invincible and then proceed to taunt directly in front of your enemies. Next up we landed on Snowy Coast, where things seemed pretty normal until, Bing Soy is trying to shoot through walls as heavy, which if you didn't know is impossible. Ultimately though, I think Bing Soy finished off the day with perhaps his most daring strategy of jumping off the edge of the map, using the base jumper to float, and then trying to kill gamers as he slowly creeped towards his inevitable death. That one didn't go too well. So look, that was just one day of observation, and we saw Bing Soy cycle through at least like 10 wacky strategies. There was also some more footage sent to Bing Soy sightings in my Discord by Corey again, and yep, that's him doing his strange little thing. So look, after a full day on the field, we did observe a lot of strange behavior. That much was for sure, but unfortunately I wasn't really any closer to understanding why Bing Soy played like this. But that was about to change, because my Discord made a very interesting discovery. Bing Soy had a YouTube channel. Now, it hadn't been active in 2 years, but he had quite the backlog of TF2 content here. The channel started off with some Minecraft videos in early 2018, but that soon turned into some pretty damn good TF2 frag movies. I mean, take a look at the most recent upload, Cliff Enforcer, which features a lot of insane huntsman kills, similar to the one I put in my video. There was also a bunch of pyro-related stuff here, a class which Bing Soy appeared to be actually very good at, judging by the quality of the frags he was getting. The channel basically proved to me that Bing Soy is far from being a noob, and in fact, I actually think he's really good at the game. It's just that he voluntarily handicaps himself with these wacky ass strategies, and I kinda have a respect for that. I guess the only sad part about this discovery was that the channel seemed to be inactive for now, which was unfortunate, but it actually wouldn't remain like that for very long. You see, a week or so had already gone by since the formation of Bing Soy sightings at this point, and a cult of personality was starting to emerge around Bing Soy, and he was growing quite the reputation amongst not only my Discord, but the wider Australian TF2 community. People were taking note of him when he was in games, sending messages in text chat, and now they were finding his YouTube channel and leaving comments there too. So, on February 6th, with a growing buzz around Bing Soy, I decided to once again suit up and track down Mr. Soy. This day's investigation first led me to Landfall, where Bing Soy was experimenting with a new strategy on Heavy. Rather than using his favorite tap-firing Tomislav tactic, he was instead making use of the Buffalo Steak Sandwich and Holiday Punch, meaning he was hunting down enemy gamers to secure some taunt kills. Unfortunately, things weren't going all that well for Bing Soy with this strat, and to top things off, I actually managed to get an accidental telefrag on him whilst I was observing. I telefragged him. He did continue with the taunt kill attempts as we moved over to Viaduct, but again, it didn't seem to land him any success. Things did begin spicing up when we swapped to Process though, as he switched to Demo with the sticky jumper and lock and load. On the first rollout to mid, I ended up dying pretty quickly, but that did not matter because it allowed me to spectate Bing Soy, only to discover, this. He just doesn't look at the map the same way I do. I thought I usually look pretty vertically, but he looks more vertically. After this, he played a little demo night and began taunting after the kills I was getting, which was some nice moral support, but other than that, not too much else occurred. We did have some more footage sent to the Discord, however, where another one of my admins, Chop, found him spawn camping on Sweden in yet another peculiar manner. So look, it wasn't the most fruitful session of stalking Bing Soy, but that didn't matter, because yet again, my Discord had made another very important revelation. Not only was a Bing Soy website discovered, but I happened to feature in it. The homepage of the website had a nice SFM banner where we could make out a few things. Firstly was the background, where we can see Bing Soy included some of his favorite loadouts like Huntsman Sniper, Lock and Load Demo, as well as his fabled spawn camping Pyro Shot. Now the next thing to note was the foreground, where there are 4 figures. The engineer on the left represented Braddles, an Australian TF2ber who also runs a really popular high tower server called Have Fun, which is one of Bing Soy's favorite. Now the next figure here is a soldier with a black black painted Miami Knights Tyrant's helm, which of course represents myself, and this did come as a bit of a shock to me. To my right was my admin Corey's Pyro, who had not only submitted some of those clips I showed before, but had also started to form a bit of a relationship with Binksoy. And finally, the one who probably doesn't need an introduction is Uncle Dane on the right, and he is featured on the banner because Binksoy really likes the Uncletopia servers, as he thinks it's a better way of playing TF2 compared to casual. Now it didn't end there either with the website, because in the About section there was a subheading named Special Thanks, where he stated, "Special thanks El Maxo has shown the TF2 gaming world that Binksoy is something more than a myth."
What?
This was absolutely wild, and one of my friends actually said something I was thinking.
We need to seriously consider, is Binksoy an ARG?
It might be, if it is, that's awesome. With how everything was panning out so far in the investigation, it really seemed like Binksoy was some manufactured alternate reality rather than a real human being. It was discovered that Binksoy had a bunch of other channels on YouTube too, one of which featured an animation he created that has over 1 million views. I was honestly in disbelief at what had transpired thus far, and it turns out that was only going to continue, as 4 days later, on the 10th of February, Binksoy Team Fortress returned from a 2-year hiatus with a fresh upload. The video was titled Requiem, but there was something a bit strange about this upload, because the first 42 seconds showed this cryptic message of a happy stick figure progressively growing sadder and sadder. What? Why? What is happening? I still have no idea what to make of this introduction, by the way, but at the time when I saw it, I was definitely starting to believe that the ARG theory may hold more weight than I initially thought. The description also read, "Something good can come from something bad," which was again, really cryptic, and I'm not fully sure what to make of it. The rest of the video featured some very cool pyro frags on Hightower, but that mysterious ass intro kind of overshadowed that for me. I will say though that Binksoy did end up pinning my comment, so hey, we've got that going for us. Another 4 days later, on February 14th, it had seemed we really pulled Binksoy out of YouTube retirement because we were blessed with yet another upload. The video is called Uncletopia One Life Huntsman. The reason I love this video so much is the timestamps, where Binksoy detailed literally everything that happened in the video. This ranged all the way from retreating at 1 minute to breathing at 34 seconds, and all the way to reflexive shot shoot or die at 2 minutes and 4 seconds. In a video spanning just over 2 minutes, Binksoy managed to include over 40 timestamps, which I honestly think is a cool idea that feels pretty avant-garde when it comes to TF2 content on YouTube. Now, I will admit that from this point onwards, the flow of the Binksoy investigation came to a grinding halt on my end as I moved on to some different video projects, so it was really my Discord that carried the movement over the next 2.5 months. No Zero, a fellow Australian TF2ber, found him on March 12th taunting and zapping his way to the front line with the short circuit. The following day on March 13th, we caught a fake Binksoy who tried to join the Discord, or at least we think they were fake, because Mr. Soy seems to be a pretty elusive dude who rarely communicates in game, so seeing him join my Discord felt a bit unlikely. In late March and early April, there were a bunch of screenshots of him in game, and then on the 3rd of April, No Zero made his own video compiling his interactions with Binksoy, and to be honest with you, it's bloody beautiful. We got to see more of his pyro shark, more of his taunting, and more of his affinity towards jumping off the map. So look, at this point it had been a while, but on the 22nd of April, I decided it was time for me to return, so I once again put on my boots and picked up my camcorder because we were going hunting. It's always been 2 months since I last watched Binksoy. Here it is. See? Hell yeah. I don't think he recognizes me, he knows who I am. I've seen his website. I think he knows what's up. He's so odd. Binksoy is taking a break, taking a breather. He's in. He's in. He's in. Oh, yeah. I think he did something. Let's see what Bing's up to. Wait, what? Oh, he's got the bind set up. He wants the good spawn. The Binksoy. What? What is he doing? He's getting himself low so he can escape that in. God bless. Again, more of the same wacky strategies we were all accustomed to, but at this point, I really wanted to get deeper with Bing Soy and understand the mentality behind everything he was doing. Later that day though, my Discord discovered a fresh upload on the Bing Soy channel called Uncletopia Caber Bomber, and as the name suggested, it was a cool montage of him going around harassing inferior enemy gamers with the sticky jumper and caber combo. The interesting thing about this video is that it actually went on to get some attention in the algorithm. At the time of writing, this video has almost 10,000 views, which is the most successful video on Bing Soy's channel to date. He actually does some really cool work with the demo system in this video and playing around with all the camera angles, so it's good to see that his channel was starting to get some more attention. We also continued to get some more sightings, as on the 12th of May, Var from my Discord noticed he had a Game Banana account and had created a new hit sound and a custom model for the sticky jumper. On the 29th of May, Digger Derby found him taunting his way around the best map in the game, CP Steel, and on the 3rd of June, No Zero managed to pocket him with the quick fix all the way behind the enemy team on Upward, where he did the classic demo-based jumper sticky strategy over the wall. I ended up running into him on the 12th of June on Steel, where he was doing some strange exploration of the cliff face around point E. I also managed to score a high 5 with him on the next map Upward, where he went and redid that strategy of shooting stickies over the wall to the first spawn area. My absolute favorite Bing Soy sighting happened later that month on the 28th of June, where we got a dual perspective of a beautiful moment that unraveled. I don't think I've ever seen someone flick faster in my life after a taunt to get a kill, and boy was it something. As the investigation entered July, it actually started to pick up some momentum yet again, as I found myself running into him on Uncletopia quite frequently. Things kicked off on the 1st of July, where I found him taunting on cooldown with a scorch shot, absolutely determined to get a kill with it. Oh, he's doing what I do, where you shoot the other way with it. Like, what? 10 days later, on the 11th of July, I was playing with people from my Discord when, yep, you guessed it, Bing Soy was playing on Uncletopia. He continued to sticky trap our spawn and spam pipes out at seemingly nothing. Eventually, he did come out of his shell somewhat and started playing around as Pyro and Huntsman Sniper. It was during this session, and at this point in the investigation, that I finally mustered up the courage to send Bing Soy a friend request on Steam, as given how the vibe was pretty chill on the server, I thought it was more likely he would accept. However, it seemed that he ignored my invite for the moment and instead
He changed his profile picture. Why? Bing Soy.
He did.
He always does this.
which is something he actually did way back on the 31st of January whilst we were playing on Badlands.
Oh, he changed it back.
He changed his profile picture.
Doing this and
What? He changed it live. Who does that?
I don't know what prompts him to do this, but hey, he's a free man changing his profile picture and doing whatever he wants. It was pretty late at night at this point, so I decided to get some sleep, but one of our Discord investigators named Sleepy actually decided to stick around with Bing Soy, which led to some very important developments when I woke up. Now, the first important development was that Bing Soy accepted my friend request on Steam, which marked a nice progression in our relationship. The second part, which absolutely blew me away, was Bing Soy's profile picture. Now, you remember that he changed it mid-game to this weird distorted close-up of the sniper, but the original one he had selected contained some secret messages within it. You can see that in the foreground is Bing Soy's character sitting on a bench in this kind of cosmic spacey setting. What Sleepy discovered, however, is that in the background were 3 different drawings. We can see that the drawing on the right is a light bulb, which represents my admin Corey's pyro loadout. In the middle is a little cube, which represents No Zero's profile picture, and most interestingly, on the left is Bing Soy's drawing of an actual photo of me. Yeah, that's right. It's a photo I used on Discord for a month or two, it's a photo I use on my second channel, and it's also still my current Twitter profile picture. You can see the necklace, you can see the beanie, and you can see the thumbs up, so this absolutely blew me away. Now, the reason we became aware of this information is because Investigator Sleepy managed to ask Bing Soy a bunch of questions whilst it was just the 2 of them on Uncletopia late at night. And you can see in this transcript that Sleepy asked, "Are there any TF2 YouTubers you enjoy watching?" And Bing Soy responded, "Look at my profile pic." Sleepy then followed up with, "Are those 3 in your profile picture the only YouTubers you watch?" Which Bing Soy responded to with a no. So Sleepy asked, "But are they your favorites?" Which Bing Soy responded with yes. Hello, hi there, this is Editing El Maxo here, and I actually have to let you know something that I've learned since I wrote the script for this video. You see all the lovely questions Sleepy prepared and Bing Soy responded to in this text document? Well, they were actually sourced in quite an unbelievable manner. We know Bing Soy isn't big on communicating through text or voice chat, so to get the answers to these questions, and I kid you not, Sleepy spent almost 2 hours in the middle of the night going around Koth Lakeside having Bing Soy either shoot at letters on signs or draw them with bullets or use the Scottish Resistance to spell them out, which Sleepy would proceed to transcribe in text chat, and Bing Soy would shake his head if they were right. It wasn't just like typing out messages. He had this whole process, and I had no idea about it when I wrote the script for this video. Sleepy has the full 1 hour and 47-minute recording on his computer, but he sent me through this small section to prove it, and oh my god, what the fuck. I had no idea Sleepy went to such lengths to secure some answers from Bingsoy, so I have included the full transcript in the description, and a big thanks to Sleepy again, because that is dedication to the cause. But god, finding this out the next day sent me spinning. We were now even deeper into the Bingsoy rabbit hole, and I was all for it. It was at this point that I knew I had to make a documentary on this, because the story so far was too goddamn interesting to pass up on. Sleepy also collected some more footage of Bingsoy whilst I was asleep, and it was some of the strangest stuff I've seen so far. The next day, whilst I was playing on Barn Blitz, I came across Bingsoy yet again, hiding in a bush as Huntsman Sniper. You may again recognize this clip because it featured in my last clip dump and marks Bingsoy's third official appearance in an El Maxo video. So look, it was clear at this point that the way Bingsoy played TF2 was strange. I don't think anyone could deny that, but we still didn't know why. What fueled the man behind the mask? Well, we could theorize, we could come up with some wild speculation, we could continue to observe him and maybe edge just that little bit closer to an answer, but why would I do that? If I wanted to know the truth, I had to ask Bingsoy directly. So I conjured up this grand message with 5 questions. Number 1 was what compels you to play the game like you do. Number 2 was what is your favorite unconventional strategy to use. Number 3 was do you have any long-term goals with TF2 or your YouTube channel. 4 was have you enjoyed the increased level of attention you've gotten in the past 6 months. And 5 was what piece of advice would you give to the TF2 community. I didn't really want to poke and prod into his personal life, but I did want to get a better idea of what made him tick in TF2. I wasn't fully sure if we'd get a response given how private Bingsoy seems to be, but given Sleepy managed to ask him some questions, I was praying we would get some form of response. And so I waited. And I waited. And I waited. But I never got that response from Bingsoy. I tried this last-ditch effort of investigating him whilst he was upward, and just as you'd expect, he was on his favorite pick, Huntsman Sniper. He was getting kills, he was taunting a lot, and hey, he even went for a game-winning shot whilst he fell off the map to stop it. But that was it. So I sat there, I reflected, and I had a sort of epiphany, because I think Bingsoy can teach us a lot. You know, we don't always have to lean on what's best. We don't have to keep going back to the loadouts which we are less comfortable. We don't always have to obsess over the objective and sweat our asses off. Sometimes it's good to get out of our comfort zone and try and unlock that we've never used before. After playing TF2 for so long, I think we subconsciously lock ourselves into these rigid playstyles and fail to experiment and push the game to its limit. You know, I get that you have 20,000 kills on your strange sniper rifle, but maybe on that next life you can take a note out of Bingsoy's book, give the Huntsman a go. Or maybe the next time you're on demo, you could swap out that Iron Bomber you love so dearly and try out the lock and load. And hey, it has been a while since you used the Holiday Punch as heavy, hasn't it? So you know what? Maybe Bingsoy isn't so strange after all. Honestly, I think he encapsulates the beauty of TF2 so well. So look, maybe Bingsoy will respond to one of my messages. Maybe he'll provide me with all the answers I wanted, or reach a nice and clean resolution to the enigma that is Bingsoy. But honestly, I don't really want him to. That's where things were supposed to finish. I had a poetic ending, all thought out, but one day I noticed a Steam notification when I got back to it. See, from Bingsoy, and he had sent me a link to a Google Drive folder. I did record a live analysis of discovering this folder with fellow investigators Corey and Sleepy, which I will weave in at times, but it was honestly a mess, so I'm just going to do some post-commentary to explain everything that happened after this point. The Google Drive Bingsoy gave us contained 4 files. The first was a file named El Maxo's Questions, which as the name suggests contains those questions I mentioned earlier in the video. The next file, called README, is unfortunately only for my eyes as directed by Bingsoy, but I will say that he gave me express permission to use everything else he sent in this folder in the video, so don't worry about that. Next up was a folder named Main Images, which contains the bulk of what we are going to be analyzing, but before I get to that, I want to discuss the contents of Other, which contained 3 images. The first was a drawing titled Stick, which contained a stick figure drawing of my soldier, his tyrant's helm, along with my little dog Mackie on his shoulder. I also presume that it's Bingsoy on the right, but what I found a little distressing is the strange expressions on their face, which don't suggest much happiness, just it's a little sad. The next image was called Sticker, and this contains something similar to those visuals we saw in the intro to his video, Requiem, which was a little distressing. You can see someone who seems to be isolated from a group of people, but we'll talk a bit more about this later. The final image in the folder was called Stickers, which seems to be an MS Paint drawing of someone approaching a house in the woods. I'm not sure how to interpret this, and the only thing I can really recognize is the TF logo in the window, so if you have any ideas of what it means, be sure to leave it in the comments. I will admit that folder was quite cryptic, and I'm still not fully sure how to interpret it, but the most important stuff for us is in the folder named Images, in which Bing Sui has not written his answers out to my questions, but instead drawn them. We can start with question 1, which was what compels you to play the game like you do, and here was his response. The first image, which depicts someone pouring a liquid into a glass, we deciphered to mean experimentation, which confirms our belief that Bing Sui likes to push boundaries with his strategies. The second image depicts the little astronaut on the moon flag, which we believe to mean a sense of accomplishment. Maybe Bing Sui wants to be the first person to popularize these strategies and make them more well known. One thing we weren't sure about was what could be a little play button, so perhaps he wants to grow his YouTube channel with these different types of strategies. We weren't 100% sure. The third image we jokingly deciphered as genuine insanity with the eyes. We didn't realize it at the time, but as famous YouTuber It's Feckin' Raw from YouTube channel It's Feckin' Raw told us, is that this was a drawing of a character from the game Encryption. Now I'm not going to act like I have ever played it, so I'm not actually sure what that symbolizes. The fourth image seemed pretty obvious, and we think this means Bing Sui wants to level up his intelligence in the game with what he can do. I mean, it's no surprise, but by doing all these wild strategies, Bing Sui is definitely going to have a more broad knowledge of TF2 and how it works. Finally, the image I found most interesting was little Bing Sui on scale. It seems that he thinks that there is more negativity in the TF2 community, as symbolized by the broken heart weighing more, and Bing Sui wants to use his wacky playstyle to bring more love and positivity to the community, which I think is really admirable. So, to answer why Bing Sui plays the game so differently, it's because he likes to experiment, he wants to be the first to succeed with these strategies, he's insane, kidding, I don't fully know about this one, he wants to level up his intelligence, and finally, he wants to bring more positivity to the community. The second question I asked him was what was his favorite unconventional strategy to use in TF2, and the answers are a lot more direct here. At the top left, we can see the classic Girardi bushwhacker combo, which I will admit I personally don't think is all that unconventional. The bottom left is a strategy we have seen a lot of in this video, and that is the Bing Sui trademark suicide huntsman plays he loves to do. Finally, and what was one of my favorite pieces of art he made for this, is the Pyro Shot, which of course means that one of his favorite unconventional strategies also happens to be Pyro Shot. The third question I asked him was if he had any long-term goals with TF2 or YouTube, and this one was interesting. The first image here is easy to decipher, and it's clear Bing Sui really likes YouTube and wants to see his channel grow, which I can definitely relate to. The second image was a little complex, so we'll take it bit by bit. The middle of it is an information sign, which we assume means that Bing Sui wants to put out some educational content about, firstly, demos, because as we've seen, he's actually really good with using the demo system. Secondly, video making in general. Thirdly, we weren't too sure about, and the fourth one kind of looked like a strategy or maybe movement. We weren't entirely sure about that. The third image was a wholesome one. As we can see is the love heart in a little film reel, Mike Tyrant's helm, No Zero's icon, Corey's light bulb, and Uncle Dane's engine, which may mean there's a video coming out or maybe even some potential collabs. I'm not sure, but it seems pretty exciting. The final image, or rather group of images, was all of Bing Sui's different YouTube channels linking into one main area off screen. So maybe this means a central channel is coming, or a crossover, or maybe even a Bing Sui cinematic universe, which would be very awesome. So to summarize this third one, we can see he has goals about growing his channel, making some educational content, a potential collab or video with some other creators, and perhaps some more crossover with his animation and music channels. The fourth question I asked him was what were his thoughts on the attention he's gotten from the community in the past 6 months. And this answer was both intriguing but also saddening. The first image relates back to one of his drawings in the first response, where he feels that the TF2 community has more negativity than positivity and he wants to balance it out. Now after this, it actually tells a bit of a story with the timeline of images, starting with Bing Sui on the left being found by myself, No Zero, and Corey. The attention from us, and I assume the wider community, prompted Bing Sui to blow the metaphorical dust rays off his camera, or in this case, his YouTube channel, and started making videos again. You can see he did this cool little drawing representing his Caber video and was surprised by the amount of positive attention he received. This has led him to being surprised by all the people who recognize him in the game, and has also made him a lot more stressed about making videos as it's a time-consuming process, and don't worry Bing Sui, I definitely feel you on that one. Now in the next image, we can see that Bing Sui sees all this new attention as a double-edged sword, because he is grateful for it and having his work seen, but he's also stressed out, which makes sense after getting a lot of eyes on you so quickly. The next image I wasn't all too sure on, so I shall let investigator Sleepy and Corey give their live analysis.
I think it's like he's showing that he's going towards the future, and while the future is uncertain, he feels as though
like
he's avoided sadness or something similar.
Yeah, because I know previously with TF2 he did quit for a bit.
Yeah.
Because of the community. So this new approach might be, whilst it's not, he doesn't know what it could be. It's not the negative community
Right.
he's used to.
The next image shows Bing Soy by himself around a group of people, showing that he feels isolated and disconnected from those around him who he plays TF2 with, which is something that makes me sad. One thing I've wanted to avoid in this video is otherizing Bing Soy, which I get I can't completely avoid given the bizarre nature of how he plays the game, but it does break me a little that he feels this way about the community around him, and that's something I definitely want to fix. The final image shows this giant magnifying glass with an eye staring down on Bing Soy, which links back to the idea of the stress or the attention on him and having everything he does watch. The final question I asked Bing Soy was if he had any advice to give the TF2 community, and it actually appears he doesn't. I found this interesting because he perceives there to be a lot of negativity in his community. Maybe he doesn't see it as his role to comment on and give advice to everyone about, as he may just see it as his own personal goal for him to do his best on to improve the state of things. The final two images in this folder is this cool bit of art from Bing Soy, where he features his new little logo for his Team Fortress stuff, and a little thank you which I am honestly honoured to receive. I decided to make this my desktop background because it looks really sick, and I am really thankful to have discovered Bing Soy, who's taken me on such a wild ride for the past half year. So that's everything. I didn't expect any of this, and I wrote a script as if he wouldn't respond, but to my surprise we actually got some answers. I think the way Bing Soy plays TF2 is great, because it's easy to fall into these rigid playstyles we've become accustomed to after many years of playing, and he breaks that into time. Whilst I will admit that even sometimes I can't comprehend what he's trying to go for with his strategies, that doesn't really matter, because he's just a dude playing the game how he wants to, picking up some video worthy clips. So, to tie this all together, I want to give you the ending I wrote for this documentary, assuming Bing Soy wasn't going to respond, because I think it actually ties everything together really nicely. There was actually one question Sleepy asked Bing Soy during that late night session, which I purposefully left out earlier, but I do want you to hear it. He asked Bing Soy, do you have any advice for other people? What's something you'd like to perfect? To which Bing Soy responded, so maybe, just maybe the next time you see a cliff, and there's an enemy just across from you, happen to have the Huntsman equipped, why not go for that shot? I think it's what Bing Soy would want us to do. Thanks for watching.
RTD, or Roll the Dice, is a Team Fortress 2 community server plugin that you've probably encountered if you've ever joined a community server before at all. A lot of servers tend to run RTD, and for a decent reason. I mean, it mixes up the mode and kind of makes community servers as wacky as you'd expect. The thing about RTD, though, is that not many people actually know what's going on with this plugin. I have several friends who I consider to be community server connoisseurs who had never even seen a lot of the effects that this plugin has to offer, which personally I consider to be completely necessary considering how game-breaking a lot of them are. So I want to make a tier list over every single RTD effect that currently exists in the plugin. I'll talk about what the effect does, explain what types of things you should watch out for, and then place it into a tier that I personally believe reflects how good it is in the majority of situations. Before I jump into the tier list, there are a couple things that I want to get out of the way. First of all, you may be wondering, if RTD is completely random anyway, well, what's the point of making a tier list over it? That sounds a little bit silly. Well, the entire point of the tier list is to kind of explain all of the effects and kind of guide you to what they do and when you might want to use them. The tier list is kind of an auxiliary thing that I'm adding on top of it just to kind of give the video some flair. But I do think it's important to kind of be able to mentally group how good effects are, because even though the effects themselves are random, you can still react to when you get them and to when other people get them. And knowing what each effect does and being able to kind of have that in your mind probably will affect how you decide to react. Number 2, there are two main situations of which I use RTD. The first one is if I'm about to die and I go for a YOLO RTD, where it's even if I get something bad, I'm dead anyway, so we might as well go for something life-saving. Or number 2 is when I'm rolling right before I'm about to push into somewhere and I'm hoping to get an effect that'll kind of carry the push. Those are the main two situations that I'm going to kind of be judging everything on. And on top of that, I'm also going to be averaging out, like in my experience, how good each of the effects are on generally all of the classes. I'll talk about like instances when they are good, but don't worry about like how convoluted it's potentially going to be with like it being random. I'll explain everything and why I'm putting stuff there, so don't worry about that, I guess is what I'm saying. And the last thing that I'll note is that there are several versions of this plugin going around. There isn't just one that everyone uses. And this plugin is open source, so because of that, you're going to see a lot of different versions of it. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be mentally estimating, because I've been on a lot of different servers. I understand like what settings are typically used. I'm going to kind of be estimating, in my experience, what you're probably going to see. And if there's a different variation that's also used sometimes, then I'll talk about that too. But overall, I'm going to be averaging like what I tend to see and what the default settings are for the plugin, because there are default settings too. So that's going to be what I'm going to be using. I'll explain what each of the settings do as we go, but yeah, that's all the prerequisite information. Sorry it took so long. Always in the beginning, there's always like a stuff to explain, so bear with me here. But yeah, that's all the stuff for RTD. So one last thing before we begin, here is the actual list itself. There are 7 tiers. The top and the bottom tiers I'm going to try to use as like outliers. I like to put the extremes on the extremes of the tier list, but other than that, I think everything is pretty straightforward. No Different / Neutral, I will at least note, covers 2 different things. These are the effects that either do absolutely nothing to you and you barely notice are there, or that have a definitive effect that you can feel, but it's hard to judge whether that thing is necessarily positive. So that's going to encompass both things, otherwise I'm just going to have like 2 tiers with not much in them, so that's the logic there. So let's go starting from the very first effect in the ID list and work our way down to the last. God Mode is an effect that makes you completely invincible for the entire duration of the effect. Obviously, that is pretty good. A bonus feature of God Mode that can be unfortunate is that you don't take any sort of knockback at all while the effect is active. That also means that you don't take any self-knockback, so you can't rocket jump, which kind of sucks, but I think it's worth it because it does mean that you can't be pushed around in any way at all, and the only way to prevent your unimpeded march forward is to body block and hope they take forever to kill you. So God Mode is obviously going to go in game mode. I don't think there's any other place for this to go, just because, again, it's like a 20-plus second Uber depending on what the server settings are. The only negative thing I can say about God Mode is that it doesn't boost your firepower at all. So if you happen to roll this on a class like Spy, who just doesn't have that much built-in firepower, it's going to be a challenge to get decent use out of this. It's very easy to run into a group of enemies, think, oh, hell yeah, I'm completely invincible. And that 20 seconds that you'll have the effect for will wear off a lot quicker than you think, and you may not even be able to put as big of a dent in the opponent's defense as you hope, just because, again, you only have the base damage of the class, which sometimes just isn't very good. But it's still like a 20-second overcharge, so yeah, I mean, there's not much negative things I can say about it. Toxic is a very interesting effect in the sense that I didn't think we would get one that varies based on the server settings this early in the list. What it does is it creates essentially a kill aura around you, where anyone who enters into the red cloud takes either a bunch of damage instantly or some damage, but like every single tick. So they still die pretty quickly, but it's not like just instant hit. What I've seen with Toxic is, I think, a pretty big discrepancy in what the default settings used to be for the plugin. The newer version of the plugin makes the damage like pretty reasonable and at a relatively short but okay range. Like, it's definitely nice to have. The old version of the plugin also hit through walls, and it made the range huge and the damage like insane. This was probably one of the best effects to get like back in the day, just because you could basically sit outside of someone's spawn doors, and because it again hit through walls, everyone just instantaneously died as soon as they spawned, and there was nothing they could do about it. Nowadays, it's a lot more tame, which would be fine on its own if it wasn't for the other unfortunate feature of the effect, which is the red cloud of smoke that surrounds you makes it really, really hard to see in certain situations. There have been plenty of times that Toxic was a detriment to me, where I wasn't able to get into anyone's range The range isn't huge, but the fact that it like blinded me meant that I died to something that I otherwise wouldn't have. So, as good as Toxic is when it's used properly, there are certainly times where the weird glitchy nature of the red cloud can be majorly detrimental to me. And I would honestly say that it's about a coin flip whether you're actually getting use out of Toxic. So I'm going to put it at no difference, or it's more so neutral, because again, sometimes it's really good, but sometimes it can hurt, so just kind of an unfortunate byproduct of the weird glitchiness of the effect. One thing that I will note about Toxic is that if you happen to pair this with anything that makes you invincible, most notably the Bonk Atomic Punch, it still does damage. Even if you can't attack, that doesn't mean that Toxic can't, so have fun if you roll this with Scout and Spark. Lucky Sandwich immediately heals you for 1,000 health, and anything that goes above what your current health is set as overheal. So you can get, like, usually it's like 11 or 1,200 overheal as soon as you roll. Lucky Sandwich may at first seem like just a worse version of God Mode, but there are two things that I think makes this, in a lot of ways, one of the best effects you can roll in the game. Number one is that Lucky Sandwich is not tied to a timer. Your overheal does decay at normal rates, so it does go away after a while, but usually it takes about like 1 to 2 minutes for 1,200 overheal to decay versus the 20-second timer for most effective sections. What that means is that Lucky Sandwich could potentially be good for several pushes, not just one. There have definitely been times where I've rolled Lucky Sandwich and I have gotten like massive value over like the course of several minutes just because I was able to tank more than my max health worth of damage over like 3 or 4 pushes. And it's not even that hard to do. The other thing that's really, really good is that you're not counted as invulnerable, meaning that you can still capture or defend the point. So Lucky Sandwich is really, really good for the objective, although obviously it's not complete invincibility, so it does have its drawbacks. And when I say it's not complete invincibility, I do mean that, like, you do have to manage your health to some degree. Even though it is, like, 1,200, that 1,200 will go away very, very quickly depending on, like, what kind of things you're up against. A fully charged Machina headshot, well, that's half of your health immediately gone. Backstabs still instantly kill you. If you're playing on, like, TF2 times 10 or some weird version of TF2 where things are damage boosted, well, that health is going to disappear very quickly, but needless to say, 1,200 health and overheal is really, really good, and the fact that it immediately like resets the timer so you can get an RTD roll like as soon as it comes back online is really cool. So Lucky Sandwich is going right into game winning. There have been plenty of times I've been able to like squeeze through a point or cheese out like a final objective or whatever just by rolling this. Easily one of the best effects in the game. In fact, I would probably even put this above God Mode, simply because a lot of servers that I'm on customize the timer of God Mode to be a lot lower than most other effects. I don't know if I mentioned it, but that's another feature where you can individually tune the timers of each effect, and for whatever reason it feels like God Mode is always set to like 10 seconds or something really low. So Lucky Sandwich, I think on most servers will end up getting you more value than God Mode, but it's pretty close. Increased speed multiplies your current speed by 3. In other words, it makes you pretty damn fast. Obviously, this is something that you value a lot more on certain classes than others. Like Demo Knight and Heavy and Pyro are going to get insane use out of increased speed. Someone like Sniper probably won't, so this really does depend on the class you're playing as to how much value you get out of it, but I think overall being really fast is pretty good most of the time. There are plenty of like random niche synergies you can get out of this, but I think as a general rule, it's like fairly low for me. Most classes want to be fast. I mean, TF2 is a movement-based game for sure, so faster speed's good. Okay, flying is a really unique effect. The default version of flying, and the one that I see most servers that run this have, is just no-clip, just full-on no-clip. You can clip through walls, fly out of bounds. You can do any number of things that no clip would get you normally, but in a completely otherwise vanilla game. I don't know why this is even in the RTD to begin with. And it feels like most servers agree with that sentiment because they just turn it off because it's too ridiculous. So flying is game-breaking in a way that no other effect on this list is, because it allows you to do some really, really stupid things depending on the map you're on. Assuming you're on a map that is otherwise completely unexploitable by flying on a map, at the very least, it allows you to fly into the enemy spawn room, or go behind a wall and shoot people as they spawn with full invincibility. That's like the very minimum effect of flying. The maximum effect is if you happen to roll this as engineer, where you can fly out of bounds and build a teleporter onto the map, and then your team, like, perma-wins. There's nothing the enemy team can do at that point. Flying not only breaks the game while the effect is active, but permanently breaks the game for the entire rest of the round until the map restarts. So, I'm going to put flying at the very top of game winning, just because, again, it's stupid in ways that no other effect can even hope to achieve, but I will at least note that most servers that have RTD have chosen to disable flying, and I can't say I blame them because I have died to under-the-map sentries or in-the-skybox snipers way too many times for me to like this effect. It's really, really stupid. Low gravity is another one that is pretty self-explanatory. I think it sets your gravity from like 800, which is the default value in Swords, to like 200, which is what the really low gravity community servers that you would normally play on have by default. It makes you fly around. The problem is that low gravity itself is not an inherently good thing. It can be, if you're playing a class who wants extra jump height, like Engineer or Sniper. It does allow you to get to other areas in the map. If you're playing like a Soldier and you know how to market garden low gravity properly, it can be really, really good. But sometimes it completely screws you over. Like, let's say you're playing Demo Man or Soldier and you're not accustomed to maneuvering in low gravity. Well, you're going to get picked out of the air very, very quickly by someone with like a direct hit or snipers or whatever. It can be very difficult to like maneuver as Scout with this. I would say that this is a direct downgrade if you roll this as Scout. So because of this, I'm going to put low gravity in neutral. There are plenty of times that I would love it, but there are plenty of times that it screws me over and I die because of it. So it's the definition of a neutral effect. Full Uber Charge. This is the first effect that can only be rolled on a single class. There are a few of those. Some effects can only be rolled with certain weapons even, but this is obviously only rollable on Medic because... Why do you think? Why do you think that would be the case? What full Uber Charge does is it sets your Uber Charge meter to full for the entire duration of the effect. What this basically means is that you have unlimited Uber Charge for the entire duration of the effect, which is usually about 20 seconds. But then you also have a full meter of Uber Charge that you can use anytime you want after the effect ends, which is really, really good, because if you roll this as Medic and you're like almost dead, that gives you like not only unlimited Uber for 20 seconds, but it also gives you a full Uber to push with. It puts you from a horrible position to an immediately good one. Full Uber Charge isn't quite game winning. I'm going to put it at the very, very top of pretty powerful because depending on the metagun you're running, sometimes you don't want this.
No.
Alert! The control point is being contested.
singurul alt personaj care are 300 de viață. Dar toate celelalte personaje, în vrut să încape, era destul să omoare cu străini. Și boții ăștia să plimbau în jurul vădindu-se așa în sus cu luneta și dacă te apropiai de el, făcea pop! Și te ștergea. Și pentru că acum jocul e 64 bits, nu știu cum, dar toate programele la ăștia, la boții ăștia, s-au stricat și nu mai merg. Acum putem să ne jucăm fără să înțerupă căcăți. Da, am jucat aproape tot de zi.
But like full crits or full Uber for 28 seconds is really good. I mean, I don't know what you really expect would happen from one of TF2's most powerful mechanics becoming unlimited. But yeah, full Uber charge, if you're running the correct medigun, is really, really good. Invisibility makes you completely invisible for the entire duration of the effect, go figure. But I will note that it doesn't make you invisible in the same way as something like the Cloak Watch or the Halloween spell would. Unlike those, which have like an in-game feature that like cloaks you and kind of like has weird stuff where you either can't attack or it like immediately decloaks you if you do attack, you have full ability to attack for the entire duration of this. What it does, it's really weird, is it like sets a flag for sentries to ignore you, and then it sets your model transparency to 0, which is like a strange way to handle that, but I guess it works. If you roll this in the right scenario and you're smart about your cloaked movement, this can be really, really good. This lets you, like, for instance, get behind the entire enemy team as a pyro or a heavy. If you roll this on spy, you basically can just backstab people while you're cloaked, and sometimes it takes people an embarrassingly long amount of time to figure out what's happening. When this works, it really, really works, but it's not necessarily guaranteed to. Sometimes you'll roll this and just die immediately. So, because of that, I'll still put it in pretty powerful, but I'll put it like maybe midway here. I think it's better than but yeah, it can be good, you just have to be smart. Infinite Cloak is one that can only be rolled with Spy. It gives you Infinite Cloak. Normally, this is something that is only okay. With the Stock Watch or the Cloak and Dagger, it's like, okay, you'd probably still rather have invisibility, but this'll make it do. With the Dead Ringer, though, this lets you mash right-click and become pretty much invincible. So, if you get this and you happen to have the Dead Ringer equipped, that is frankly an overpowered synergy, and I would probably put it in really high tiers. But most of the time, this is only a slight convenience to you more than anything, because according to the criteria that I rolled earlier, like if you're about to die and you don't have the Dead Ringer equipped, then it's like, okay, well, you're still gonna die. If you're about to push in, then it's like, okay, well, you get slightly more cloak. You'd probably be able to make a full push with a normal cloak meter anyway, so I'll put it in slightly helpful. I mean, I would rather have it than not, but it's definitely not going to carry you. Criticals is full crits. We're just gonna move this right up to game winning because, I mean, come on, it's full crits. Why wouldn't this be really, really good? Obviously, triple damage and no fall off on any single class for like 20 seconds is insane. The boost to the damage that this gives you, it should be pretty apparent. I don't have much to say about this one other than saying that this combos well with literally everything in the game. If you have a weapon that can attack and deal damage, you will appreciate having this. This can single-handedly like wipe out entire teams if you use this. It's kind of like God mode where it only gives you half of the equation and only gives you the damage, and you're still vulnerable to being like picked off. But it does its job really, really well. So yeah, going up to game winning. Infinite Ammo is another one that has two pretty distinct versions that make it kind of what it is. Version 1 is you get a bottomless clip, and version 2 is every time you reload, it doesn't actually take any ammo from the receiver. I've never seen anyone run the second one because that's boring, and the first one's not even that overpowered, so, like, why would you do that? But I will point that out just in case you ever encounter it for yourself. On top of that, though, Infinite Ammo is an effect that just really varies based on the class and weapons that you're using. Certain things like the minigun and the flamethrowers and stuff like that are like, okay, it's nice to just be able to WM1, but most of the time it's just going to be whatever. Weapons that do require reloading, like let's say rocket launchers, grenade launchers, whatever, those are quite nice to have this with because that just means you can spam forever for the entire duration of the effect. And weapons that require reloading very, very often, specifically the Force of Nature, Soda Popper, and Crusader's Crossbow, become ridiculous with infinite ammo. They become spam machines. The Crusader's Crossbow especially just becomes like a death ray. This pretty much just melts whatever you point it at. Other than those very specific weapon synergies, though, most of the time this is like a mild convenience for you. It's like you're not going to be in a position very often where having infinite ammo is going to be like extremely powerful. Sometimes you are, and I don't want to discount that, but most of the time it is just a convenience. I'll put it at the very top of slightly helpful. I don't think it has enough good situations to warrant pretty powerful, but at least it does have the really fun synergies, and I kind of wish you could only roll this if you had weapons that required like constant reloading. Whatever. Scary Bullets is overpowered. Holy crap. So if you remember what the old Sandman used to do, where it just completely stunned you if you got hit, imagine every single attack in your entire arsenal doing that, including bleed and afterburn. It's really good, to say the least. It basically guarantees you a win in any single 1v1 ever. All you have to do is hit someone once. Doesn't matter if it's one pellet of a scattergun that does 3 damage. Doesn't matter if it's one SMG shot, one melee hit. They're dead immediately if you roll Scary Bullets. Also, if you have any sort of weapon with like splash damage or that fires rapidly like a minigun, you can shut down an entire enemy team. It allows you to stun lock people. It's disgusting, quite frankly. So this is going into game winning because, other than sentries, which is the only thing that shuts down Scary Bullets, this just kind of lets you win any sort of team fight you want. In fact, I would say this is better than criticals because, unlike criticals, this just prevents people from fighting back entirely. And also, yes, as I mentioned, this works with afterburn and bleed for no particular reason. If a pyro hits you with a flare and he rolled Scary Bullets, you will be stunned for the next, like, several years of your life, so have fun. Spawn Sentry is an effect that is always at least really good, but can sometimes, depending on what the server settings are, be completely game breaking. The two big settings that can be configured are number one, what level you spawn a mini at. Sometimes the server will be boring and make you spawn a mini. Sometimes you'll just get a full level 3. It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. I mean, essentially, it does matter at least a little bit. The one that matters a lot more is whether or not you keep the sentry after the effect is. Usually what'll happen is that a server will have it configured to where once spawn sentry wears off after 20 seconds, the sentry will just immediately evaporate into the ether. If it doesn't have that, though, that sentry is there until it gets destroyed, which, in specific scenarios, can be a little bit stupid. Most notably, if you're playing on a server that has medieval mode, or if you're playing a game mode like Class Wars, where sometimes people just have no ability to fight back against a sentry, this can just shut down the entire game for no reason, but usually, I would say the average of spawn sentry will go in pretty powerful. As I mentioned, most of the time it wears off after the effect ends, so not a huge deal there. And also, most of the time, you're not going to get like major deaths. And this also isn't going to like do anything to save your life. If you die before you can put down the sentry, because sometimes it is like finicky, the sentries only really want to place if you are on like a completely flat surface. Any sort of bumpiness and it glitches out and it takes forever. You just have to like spam medic to get any kind of results. But yeah, no, there have been plenty of times where I've been trying to finagle a sentry placement and I get sniped and I don't even get the effect. So it is worth noting at the very least that this isn't like an infallible effect. I will put this pretty high up though. I think spawning a sentry is pretty dang good. Homing projectiles, another one that for the most part depends on server settings, but it does have a pretty powerful through line for all of the effects, which is all of the projectiles you fire will home in on enemies. Now, when I say all of the projectiles, I mean a select few of them. Off the top of my head, that is anything that's affected by max velocity. So that's rockets, flares, arrows, and rescue ranger bolts. I don't think grenades or stickies are affected. freaking short circuit bolts are not affected, I know that. And the weird ones like throwable jars are not affected either. Everything outside of that, though, is. I would say the most powerful uses of homing projectiles are if you happen to roll this on flares, because you just get 90s for days. If you happen to roll this on the Huntsman or the Crusader's crossbow, because you can basically just delete people from angles that are, quite frankly, just disgusting. And direct hit rockets do their fair share of work as well. Really, anything you can roll this on is going to be pretty good. The main server setting, though, that really affects the placement of this is whether or not the homing rockets or the homing projectiles do crits. Sometimes they'll do crits, sometimes they'll do many crits, and sometimes they'll do nothing. In my experience, it's a toss-up for what you're actually getting. If this only did crits all the time, I'd probably say this is game winning, but I've also seen plenty of times where this just does like the normal projectile damage, which is very much subject to fall off. So because of that, I'll put it in pretty powerful, right above. Just because, again, there are times where you're just not going to get any use out of this, but a lot of the time, I mean, all it takes is just spamming in a direction. You'll find something to do with this, I'm sure. Full rifle charge is a pretty simple one. It basically makes all of your sniper rifles charge completely instantaneously for as long as the effect is active. That's a pretty good effect, as you might expect. It allows you to quick scope body shot most light classes, quick scope headshot heavies and soldiers and stuff, so this is going in pretty powerful. I think it works with the Huntsman. I know there have been times where it doesn't work with the Huntsman that I've seen before, but I'm pretty sure they've adjusted that on most instances of it now. Correct me if I'm wrong, but obviously this is just going in pretty powerful either way. I would say this is better than homing projectiles because you have a lot more control over who you're shooting, but Spawn Sentry is still better. So, here's where things take a sharp turn. As you might have noticed so far, every single effect that I've rated has been positive, and that's just because of the way the ID list was coded. The initial batch of effects, which is all of the positive ones you've seen ranked already, and all of the negative ones I'm about to rate, were the first batch of them, and they separated them in half. They tend to vary it up as the list goes on, so right now it's all batched, but it won't be like that forever, sorry. But yeah, all of the ones from here for a little bit will be, as the game decides, negative. Explode is one of 3 effects that instantly kills you whenever you roll it. You know, it happens. So just to prevent repetition, I'm going to put all 3 of these effects in imminent death right now, because that's what that tier is for. Explode kills you instantaneously, and it gives you. Firework makes you die after like a 0.5 second delay, but it like shoots you up in the air with a little colorful trail and then kills you. And then Smite makes like thunder strike you and you evaporate, kind of like when you get killed by the Thompson. All 3 of them have the same effect, you instantly die, but I will put all of these here because yes, there are 3 separate effects that just instantly kill you. I don't know why they decided to do that. I guess just because of all the overpowered ones, there's probably something to make it a proper risk, but kind of funny at least. Hey, Editing Great Blue here. I was actually wrong when I said that all 3 kill effects were exactly the same. Explode and Firework are identical minus the cosmetic stuff. They both use the built-in functional TF2 that happens when you kill them, which makes it say bid farewell, full world, and a kill feed. Smite, on the other hand, just deals 1,000 damage to you instantaneously. That means that if you have over 1,000 health, like say you're playing TF2 times 10, you are actually able to survive Smite, which is a really weird thing that I found while I was testing out the effects. But that does technically make Smite better than the other 2 in very limited scenarios, so Smite should be above the other 2. Sorry that I did not know about that. That's just an interesting little factoid that I found. Snail is the inverse of increased speed, where increased speed makes you move at 3 times your normal movement, Snail makes you move at 1/3. Obviously, that's an issue. Not being able to dodge attacks is a problem. The nice part about Snail, though, is that it's not like guaranteed death, even though you are slow and it does kind of suck. Usually what'll happen is, like, if you're playing a defensive class like Sniper or Heavy or Engineer or something, it's not really gonna matter. The only times that this really matters are kind of like on the classes where increased speed matters, where it's like Scout, Demo Knight, Pyro, we're all going to be just completely screwed if they roll this, but other classes won't. I'll put it in very problematic because if you do roll this, you oftentimes just kind of have to sit back and wait it out, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're out of combat for a lot of people, so it's not imminent death. Frozen, not to be confused with the movie of the same name, is an effect that instantly freezes you as you stand and makes your frozen corpse go like flying in a direction if you have any sort of momentum. Obviously, being completely unable to move or attack or do anything for like a specific period of time is going to cause some challenges for you. I'm going to put this in imminent death because of that, because like even if you don't die, it's still akin to having to suffer through a respawn time, so it's like whatever. It's still the same thing. The reason that I'm going to put it at the very top of imminent death is because a lot of people won't actually be able to kill you while you're frozen.
Thanks, Pally.
If you have momentum when you get frozen, as I mentioned, your ice sculpture corpse will just go flying, but your hitbox actually doesn't follow it. Your hitbox stays wherever you roll the actual effect. So what'll happen is that a lot of clueless players will like be hunting for your hitbox and like they just won't know where to actually shoot. And whenever you get unfrozen, you can like jump scare them from behind and kill them. It doesn't happen often, but all that to say that frozen isn't necessarily a guaranteed death, because even though you aren't able to attack or do anything while you are frozen, you don't have to suffer a respawn time on top of that too. Time Bomb makes your head a bomb and basically sets you on a timer to explode and take down anyone else near you whenever the timer reaches 0. The thing about Time Bomb is I've changed my opinion on this a lot over the years. I used to think that this is the worst effect because it's basically just like explode but on a cooldown, right? Where you're going to die either way. It's just prolonged. However, my opinion then changed to where Time Bomb is actually pretty good because this is pretty much an instant kill if you're near anyone when you explode. Then, I think they updated the plugin to where, number one, this can no longer hit through walls similar to Toxic, and number two, the range of which you can actually kill people is significantly lower. So it's gone kind of back down to being basically just explode but on a timer. That isn't helped by the fact that I think most people who play community servers have kind of caught on the Time Bomb and they realize like, oh, the person like dive bombing the back lines with a giant ticking time bomb on their head is going to be target priority number one, so let's just like kill them. Like, again, this used to work like back when no one knew what RTD was, but now that at least some people understand some of the effects, Time Bomb has kind of just become guaranteed death either way. You just kind of get to pick your poison. Are you going to die after the effect explodes if you end up killing like maybe one person, or are you going to die trying? So this is going in imminent death. I'll at least put it, I said Frozen was going at the very top, but I'll put this one at the very top because at least you have the chance to do something before you die. But yeah, it is just guaranteed death, so sucks to be you. Ignition instantly sets you on fire for like the maximum afterburn duration, pretty much. It's like the same as if you get hit by like 8 seconds. Ignition seems like something that would be a major problem, but in my experience, really just does not do that much to you most of the time. If you roll this on Pyro, literally nothing happens. It's not even like you suffer an initial tick of fire damage. Like, no, it just plays the effect and then you're out of it, you're done. If you're near a health pack, you can instantly cure it. If you have any source of healing nearby, this effect literally does not matter, and in fact sometimes just gives you extra overcharge if you're being healed by a medic. Ignition just very rarely actually does enough things to you to be a major concern. There have definitely been times where I've like rolled at low health and it's finished me off, but anytime Ignition is going to cause problems to you probably would have been dead anyway. I'll put it in minor annoyance. Again, sometimes it's annoying, but most of the time I rarely find that this causes an actual problem. Low health immediately sets your health to 7, which sounds like an oddly specific thing, but I say that because it doesn't matter what your health was before you roll this effect, it will be set to 7. So you could have a lucky sandwich, you could be like 1200 overheal, and then roll this and then get set to 7 health, which would suck. You could be on 1 HP and roll this and get healed and be set to 7 health. So it's a funny interaction every time it happens, but that is important to note because it means that a scattergun chip damage shot from across the map won't instantly kill you. You're not at the point where literally being breathed on will make you die instantly, so you do have a chance to get health if you're not near enemies, but it is not looking good for you if you do roll this. I'm going to put this in very problematic because, again, there have been times where I roll low health and then like, oh, I'm right next to a large health pack, so I heal it off immediately, so cool. There have also been times where like I'm about ready to push into combat and I have like macro overkill from the medic, and then I roll low health and then like right as I'm charging in and then a soldier shoots me and then I'm dead instantly. So kind of a mixed bag. You have to know how to react to it, but it's not the end of the world instantly if you re-roll this one. Drugged is the first of several effects that just kind of messes with your game visually, where it's like technically still possible to play around it, but it does cause a lot of confusion as to what's happening. The old version of Drugged wasn't too bad because it basically just offset your screen like every time it flashed. The reason why that wasn't too bad is because you could actually play around that. The modern version of Drugged actually flicks your aim, so like where you're aiming at physically changes every time you get affected by the drug ticks. And if you've ever rolled the effect, you know what I mean by a drug tick. Every time the screen changes colors, that's what I mean. But yeah, Drugged is going in minor annoyance. It's not really too hard to play around. If you've ever rolled it before, it takes like 5 seconds to figure out what's happening with that, and then you're back to playing the game. Overall, just an annoyance. Blind is another one that technically also just messes with your game, but this one makes it so there's a black overlay across your entire screen and you can't see anything. Chances are, if you roll blind, you are either dead instantly because you have no idea what's happening, or you are at the very least out of combat until blind wears off, which is basically the same thing as dying and respawning. Because of that, I'm actually going to put blind in imminent death. That was kind of one of the criterias for the tiers, if you have to wait out what's equivalent to a resupply time anyway, then it's basically the same as dying. So yeah, blind absolutely sucks to get. There's no way to play around it. You just kind of have to sit back and wait for it to wear off, or just kill blind if it's faster to do it that way. So yeah, not a very good one. Strip to melee disables your primary and secondary until you either A, get a resupply cabinet, or B, die. The reason why I phrase it like that is because I know the old version of the plugin just removed all of your ammo, like all your reserve ammo, and you could just pick up ammo and be back in the fight. The modern ones have worked around that, so you actually do have to deal with being stripped to melee until you go back to spawn in some way or another. Most of the time, this is a pretty big problem. Losing out on most of your weapons sucks, and most classes that are choosing to run a utility melee anyway, like, let's face it, that's what you're probably going to be running, really aren't equipped to being forced to only be using utility melee. That being said, classes like, I think even Spy sucks because you get your Cloak Watch disabled, but classes like Demo Knight and Engineer probably aren't going to have too big of a problem being stripped to melee. In fact, I don't even think anything changes if you roll this on Demo Knight, but most classes this just sucks, so I'll put it in very problematic. Most of the time, your options if you roll this are run in and try to make a suicide play, or just like walk back to spawn if you're close to it anyway. So yeah, it's pretty close to being an imminent death, but you can at least do something with a melee weapon. Beacon makes like these little weird rings appear around your feet, and it makes you make a beeping noise for the entire time the effect is active. It doesn't matter. I'm telling you right now, there has been 0 times ever where people have actually noticed the beacon or have decided to go for me in a team battle because I rolled beacon. Okay, maybe that's not true. Maybe there have been a few times where Beacon has done something, but not enough for me to consider this even to be a minor annoyance. I'm going to put this in no difference, because most of the time when you roll Beacon, 90% of the time, nothing at all will change. Absolute worst case scenario, you're either planning on ambushing someone around a corner and they happen to notice the trails, which it feels like most people don't even do that because no one reads RTD chat. I get the feeling that this effect will become worse as people watch this video and know how to react to RTD more, but as it is when I'm making the video, no one really cares when you roll Beacon, so into no difference it goes. Force Taunt is one that I'm honestly not 100% sure on how to rank, because not only have I seen like every single iteration of this ever run on specific servers, but sometimes it's completely broken, and there are also ways to like mitigate it that sometimes work depending on the lobbies that you're in. I'll explain what I mean here in a bit, but know that Force Taunt is something that I'm not 100% confident on my ranking on. As the name might imply, it forces you to repeatedly taunt for as long as the effect is active. Usually there's like 1 second that you have to move after the previous taunt ends, so it's not like you're just stun locked, but yeah, it does kind of suck. The ways that you can mitigate Force Taunt are by either A, hitting a perfect bunny hop for the entire duration of the effect, It's happened before. I've done it before. It's not impossible. Or if you use a taunt on your own terms that you can also move during. So like, let's say that I activate like the Kazatsky kick. Well, it's not going to kick me out of the Kazatsky kick to do a different taunt. But if I do that, I am still able to like move around. And the reason that I say it sometimes works depending on the lobbies that you're in, or like sometimes people will just think that you're friendly if you're doing that, when in reality you're waiting for an RTD effect to wear off. So hey, a good reason to constantly be checking RTD chat to see what people roll. But yeah, sometimes it does work. Sometimes you can kind of like big brain it and like just taunt in a corner and people just don't kill you because they think you're friendly. And then when the effect wears off, you stop taunting and you go on a massacre. So I'm going to put Force Taunt at the very top of very problematic because I think there are so many ways to play around it. It's not even necessarily very problematic, but it's definitely more than a slight annoyance. You have to change the way you play the game for at least the duration of the effect. So that is like, that is a problem, but it's not the end of the world if you roll this one. You just have to be sure to react to it quickly. Monochromia just turns off all of your game's colors, so you can't really see who's on what team. It's another one that just kind of like mildly changes the way your game looks and attempts to annoy you. From my experience, monochromia is not the end of the world. I find it pretty easy to know, based on context clues other than cover, like who's on what team. It's like chances are if the person is looking at me and shooting at me, they're going to be an enemy. Sometimes I have been tricked by this, just if an enemy is being really stupid and they don't know what's going on, it's like, oh wow, I would never have expected that to be an enemy, but most of the time, it doesn't really matter. It's just a minor inconvenience that you have to use like 0.2 seconds more processing power for each interaction. Not a big deal. Earthquake is another effect that makes your game all screwy by making it shake around a bunch. As you may be able to guess, it is slightly hard to play the game under these circumstances. I'm going to put Earthquake in very problematic right under Force Taunt. It's possible to play around, but not quite. The most annoying part about Earthquake is that based on the weird way that it's coded, it's not even like guaranteed to end right when the effect ends. Like if you end the effect early by switching classes or dying or something, it'll still persist through the next life, which just sucks. I hate that it does that. It didn't even used to do that, so I don't know what changed, but it's definitely one of the most annoying effects because of that. I will say at least, be glad that it isn't the old iteration, because the old iteration also shook the screens of your teammates. So if one of your teammates near you rolled Earthquake, you also got the effect, and it was the most annoying thing in the world to put up with. I'm glad they changed that at least. But yeah, even though this one doesn't seem like it would be that hard to play around, you cannot tell what's happening exactly. Funny Feeling sets your field of view to 160, which looks like this for reference. It's a little hard to play the game, kind of like Earthquake. By this point, I feel like they just got really good at designing effects that completely mess with your sense of what's actually happening. So I applaud the developers because this is one of the most seemingly innocuous effects that you could have done that actually screws you up so much. You have no sense of depth when you have this active. It's very hard to play the game. That being said, it's not impossible to continue to play the game. I'll definitely put it in very problematic right above Earthquake. At the very least, you can counteract it if you're playing Engineer or Sniper. Engineer because you have a sentry develop the aim for you, and Sniper because whenever you scope it, like hard code your FOV, and it overrides whatever the other punishment is. So that's the benefit of doing those two things. Yeah, it does make it hard to play the game as any other class. And chances are, just because you have no idea where to place your shots, you will die if you try to fight anyone with this active. Bad Sauce immediately applies Milk, Jarate, and Bleed to you all at the same time, and basically makes all of them last until the effect itself actually wears off. You can override the Bleed by getting a health pack, but you are going to be Milk and Jarate for at least like the 20-ish seconds that the effect lasts, so it is a problem if you ever try to fight anyone. It's not the end of the world. Again, not every single class is going to necessarily care. And there's also the easy solution of, well, just don't get hit. Never take damage, dumbass. But yeah, no, it is a problem. It does shift the fights out of your favor a lot harder, so I will put this in very problematic right above Snail. Okay, so that is all of the negative effects that were added in the first batch. Everything that I'm talking about from here on out was technically added in a later version of the plugin. Had I made this video like 5 to 10 years ago may have been important, but I think by now all of them are updated to have all of these effects, so it's not a big deal, but if you ever go on a server that's completely ancient, you may still be missing these. I don't know. Spawn Dispenser is the same thing as Spawn Sentry, but Spawn Dispenser. What I will note with Spawn Dispenser is that unlike the Sentry version, by default you do keep the dispenser after the effect ends. And not only by default, but I see most servers run it so like, yeah, the dispenser exists until it gets destroyed. So because of that, Spawn Dispenser ends up being a really powerful tool in the right instances, where you can provide like team healing and ammo to matchups that otherwise wouldn't have it, or the brothers in the class who are just probably the most powerful. And suddenly get healing and ammo for the entire team. It's ridiculously good in scenarios like that. Even if you're playing something like Prophet, it's like, yeah, you spawn a dispenser that you can now run back to and heal. If you're playing Sax that Hail, that's another way that you can just camp. I don't know a single scenario in which Spawn Dispenser, especially because it never goes away, is not going to be helpful, so I'm going to put this in pretty powerful. It's probably not going to win the entire game for you, and in fact, it may not even do much at all. But even if you do have an engineer on your team already, the dispenser spawns with full metal already included, so that's just like a full metal pack for the engineer. This is never going to do nothing, I guess is what I'm saying, and at best it'll be a massive quality of life increase. Infinite Double Jump is one you can only roll on Scout. It lets you jump infinite times in midair. While this sounds really good in theory, in practice, I just never see this one get used to its full potential, so I'm just going to put this one in slightly hopeful. I don't have a ton to say about this one because it's pretty straightforward, but I mean, it's one of those effects where it just gives you infinite of something that you're only occasionally going to need if you're playing. Powerful hits makes all of your attacks do 3 times the normal damage. Now, you may be wondering, like, hold on, how is this different than critical hits? Well, this is pretty much a side grade to crits in my opinion. The biggest differences are, number 1, you can actually still get crits on top of this to do 9 times the normal damage, so that's pretty fun. Number 2, powerful hits on its own doesn't actually give you the damage fall off of random crits, but it still gives you the damage ramp up. That does affect the damage threshold some. On top of that, things that can't get critical hits like sentries can be affected by powerful hits, so it is a little bit of a buff there. But for the most part, it's just going to be like an alternative version of crits. So I'm going to put it right next to criticals. I do think not having damage fall off makes it slightly worse, but it is just 3 times the normal damage. I mean, it's like, it's gonna be really good just no matter what you're doing. Okay, Big Head is probably the strangest effect in the entire game. Let me check. This is the only one that I've never been sure whether this actually does anything. What it lists, the official listing of the effect is that it multiplies the scale of your head by 2.5. But I don't think that affects the hitbox at all. So this basically just does nothing. There might have been one server that I was on that like gave you weird janky gravity when this was active, but nope, it's going to no difference. If it does change anything about your game, I have never personally experienced it, and chances are you won't either. Tiny Man makes you really small. In my opinion, this is basically a side grade to invisibility. While you can still be targeted by sentries while you're really small, it's really hard for players to hit you because your hitbox does get shifted with you. So much so to the point where if the enemy doesn't have some kind of splash damage or auto-targeting, so basically a sentry, you're not going to get hit by much of anything at all. The benefit of Tiny Man, the reason that I think it's better than invisibility, is that you can actually cap while the effect is active, which means you can, in theory, single-handedly back cap just because no one actually realizes you're on the point, and you can stay on the point for so long that no one can get you off once you're on. It's happened before. If you've ever played Class Wars, which is where most of my RPD experience comes from, let's face it, it's not entirely uncommon, but even if there are no objectives to speak of, I mean, it's still going to be a really easy way to win most 1v1s just because people can't find the hitbox. Deadly Voice allows you to summon like a damaging ring around your body that does about the same damage as Toxic does if you mash it. Basically, imagine Toxic, but you have to manually input every time you want the damage, but it also doesn't, like, block your vision, which is the best part. It doesn't really do that much. The only time Deadly Voice does anything is if you're in a melee-only scenario, or if you're playing someone who's invulnerable, like Scout. And I think Spy can also trigger this while invisible without decloaking, so that's pretty cool. But most of the time, it's just doing nothing for you, so I'm going to put it in slightly helpful. Again, there's no downsides to having Deadly Voice, but you're probably not going to get much use out of it much either. Strong Gravity makes your gravity strong. I love doing that. I love when the name just explains what the entire effect is, and I get to make that joke constantly. It's basically the inverse of Low Gravity, where instead of dividing your gravity by 4, it multiplies it by 4. But this does kind of suck. I mean, it basically makes you take fall damage from, like, everything. It makes it so you can't jump to anything either. I wouldn't say it's problematic because you could theoretically just never have to deal with this by staying on the ground. It's not that hard to play around most of the time, but if you get this on someone like Scout or Soldier, it does suck quite a bit. I'll put this at the very bottom of minor annoyance because for most classes it only will be a minor annoyance, but it is definitely like lower depending on when you do it. Eye for an eye sucks balls. It's not necessarily instant death, but it might as well be. What Eye for an Eye does is it makes it so every time you deal damage to an enemy, that damage gets immediately dealt to you as well. If the damage is fatal to you, it's not like it's going to be kind and leave you on 1 HP. Like, no, if you headshot someone as a sniper, you die instantly. If your sentry does damage, the damage is reflected back to the sentry and it destroys itself. Basically, if you roll Eye for an Eye, it is tactically better to just kill yourself on the spot rather than to wait out the effect for like 25 seconds, because chances are it's going to take less time to run all the way back to the front lines than it will be to like wait out the effect and maybe not have to run back to the front lines. It sucks. I'm going to put it right above Explode. Again, you can't do anything while the effect is active. So, yeah, it's pretty bad. Weakened is basically a reverse powerful hits, which I guess is not a very good explanation. It's weakened in the sense that all damage you receive is multiplied by 2.5. So, if you get hit for 100 damage, you're instantly going to take 250. Usually what weakened means is that you kind of have to sit out of the fight. Most of the time, if you roll weakened, you're resignated to sitting on the back lines and not engaging in much combat. So yeah, if you take any sort of damage, like even if you happen to eat a cross-map rocket, which would normally only be like 38 damage, it's not the end of the world. It's going to kill you instantly. You're going to take like several hundred damage and die. So yeah, most of the time if you get weakened, you're sitting out. However, you don't necessarily die, so I'll put it in very problematic only. Necromash is probably my favorite negative effect to roll in the entire game, because not only is it instant, meaning that you don't actually have to sit out the timer that forces you to wait longer before you roll again, but it also does really funny things. It summons the giant, like, Carnival of Carnage hammer above your head, and Marasmus says, surprised. If you have any of the following things: a monitor, headphones, a keyboard, situational awareness, and a working brain, you're probably not going to get hit by Necromash. All you have to do is, if you hear it or if you see that you've rolled it, tap a movement key and you're completely out of its range. The reason why I think that this is in neutral and not just no difference is because it can also kill your teammates, which is really funny every time it happens. Even though it's, like, technically bad, it's really funny to watch, like, some random teammate just walk into it and get obliterated by a giant hammer. It can also kill enemies. I don't think I have one of the biggest regrets of the things that I've never recorded is one time I was playing Spy in Classroom. I was behind the entire enemy team. They were on Dust Bowl 3 and they were all medic. I happened to walk onto the point and roll the dice. I rolled Necro Smash and it killed 5 people who were on the point instantaneously and dropped like 3 Ubers. Chances are that's not going to happen, but it can. And the fact that it can makes the effect like infinitely entertaining. So I'll put it in no difference at the very least. If you get hit by this, you have more problems than roll the dice. It does have the potential to be really funny and potentially even game-changing. So I'm going to put this one all the way at the top. Extra ammo is pretty basic. It's basically just a side grade to infinite ammo, where instead of giving you unlimited clip size for the duration of the effect, it gives you like 5 times your normal amount of reserve ammo and makes your current clip size like 5 times as well. pretty good. I'll put it in slightly hopeful right next to infinite ammo, because this is just kind of better long term, while infinite ammo is better short term, but I think overall they do about the same thing. Suffocation simulates you being underwater, not in the sense that you can like swim or anything cool, but in the sense that like after some amount of time you'll start taking damage that turns your screen blue and makes you choke. The damage is really not that much. It's really just like a weaker afterburn that you can't put out, but yeah, it's not gonna do that much to you. I'll put it in minor annoyance. At the very least, it's like, yeah, you're still taking tick damage, which kind of sucks, but other than that, it's like if you have any source of healing at all, even just a small health pack, you're gonna be fine. Fast hands doubles your attack and reload speed. Again, another pretty straightforward one. A lot of these are just kind of nice quality of life things. Double attack and reload speed is obviously good. I don't think it's quite as good as like just doing extra damage per shot, but it's at least good enough to be in the pretty powerful tier. There are some silly combos you can get with this, and I think I'll put this like right above homing projectiles. That's about right. Outline is basically beacon if it works. It highlights you through walls. Everyone can see you, even if you're cloaked. It's not like you have to pay attention to the weird circles on the floor, which most people don't. It's like, yeah, there's a giant green outline around your body. People are going to see you. Beacon, if it works, in my opinion, goes in minor annoyance, because again, while it can be very, very difficult to play around, like if you're spy or something like that, if you're in a team fight, this does not matter at all. Most people will not bother changing target priority because you're now green. Vital is a side grade to Lucky Sandwich. I say side grade hesitantly because it's nowhere near as powerful, but it does do some things that Lucky Sandwich can't. What it does is it increases your maximum health by 300 and gives you 300 more health immediately. So let's say you're playing Scout, you have 125 health. Well, now your maximum health is 425. Playing heavy, maximum health is 600. Pretty easy. Even though you will never hit the same silly, absurd health values as you can with Lucky Sandwich, you can still be healed for the entire duration of the effect. So, like, if you're playing heavy and you have a pocket medic, well, you can be overhealed up to 900 HP, but that 900 HP can be continuously regenerated, whereas Lucky Sandwiches is just like a buff that you get once, and you can do whatever you want with that health except for restore. So, because of that, there are times that I think Vital can be better than Lucky Sandwich, but normally it's not. I'll put Vital in pretty powerful because having that much extra health is just always good, but it just doesn't have nearly the same amount of game impact as some of the more traditional increase your health or survivability by insane values does. No gravity just sets your gravity to 0, another one that's pretty straightforward. It's not as bad as you might think, though, even though you are pretty much guaranteed to be glued to the ceiling, because if you have any sort of upward momentum, the only direction you can go is up. You're never coming back down. Being glued to the ceiling can be a very good thing. For instance, if you get glued to the ceiling as a sniper, you can now snipe from a position that no one would expect. If you get glued to the ceiling as like a soldier, or really anyone, I mean, you can just rain down hell upon the enemy team and surprise them in ways that you really can't with other effects. And if you're playing on a map like Higher Tower, where it takes forever to get to the top. No gravity is a blessing. All it takes is like one jump, and you're going to get all the way to the top before the effect wears off. So no gravity, in my opinion, is a very neutral effect. It is definitely situationally dependent. Like, it's not going to do you favors in every single time you roll it, but it definitely is what you make of it. You can roll this and get a lot more value out of it. In fact, even though it's listed as a negative and low gravity is listed as a positive, I think there are more times I would rather have no gravity than low gravity. Team Criticals is overpowered. Oh my god. It's the same thing as Criticals and the fact that you get full crits for 25 seconds, but it also gives those full crits to all nearby teammates for the same duration. There's no penalty like for getting or for giving out crits or for getting crits. It's basically just a simulation of what if you and all nearby teammates rolled criticals at the same time. It's ridiculous. It can single-handedly make you win pushes. There's the only counter, because the other thing too is it does technically show you who is providing the team crits. But number one, it's really hard to see. It's like provided as beams that come out of the team crit user to all of the team crit receivers, which really aren't visually clear a lot of the time. And number two, if you have time to decipher that and you're in range of the giant pack of people in team crit range for long enough, you're probably just going to get evaporated. You don't stand much chance against 5 people with full crits. Team crits is going to be very top of game winning as it is. I would still rather have it than flying because team criticals is good on not only you but also everyone on your team. And yeah, there's really not much counter to an entire group of people running around with full crits. Fire Time Bomb is an extremely stupid effect. I don't understand what they were thinking with this one. Similar to how Time Bomb is basically just explode on a timer that also lets you kill anyone else around you, Fire Time Bomb is the same thing but with ignition. You know, the effect that barely does anything now takes like 10 seconds to activate and occasionally will light people on fire if they're in a nearby radius, but it doesn't matter if they have healing. This effect does nothing because unlike ignition, where it's like, okay, you can at least argue that you're getting set on fire, you have 10 seconds to prepare to find healing. It's not even like it's going to do anything. I literally don't think I've ever gotten a kill with Fire Time Bomb. I don't think I've ever died from Fire Time Bomb. It's just a pointless effect that won't impact the game at all. Fire Breath is one of the first of a few projectiles which are in the category of press E to shoot a projectile out of your hand. That was kind of a style of effect they started to implement the later into the plugin they got, and Fire Breath is one of a few. Fire Breath, though, is by far one of the more powerful of the few because what it shoots is the fireball effect from the Halloween spells. If you've watched my Halloween tier list, you probably know how I feel about Fireball. Having a 100 damage rocket with no damage fall off, no explosion radius fall off, and also built-in afterburn is absurd. The fact that you get infinite of those that you can summon whenever you want is also absurd, and because of that, Fire Breath in pretty powerful. It's going up there because any class can use it. It's not like it's something you have to try to get clever use out of. It's just like, yeah, look at someone and press E and it's probably not going to exist for very long. So Fire Breath is really, really good. You'll probably get good use out of this no matter when you roll. Strong Recoil is another one of those like make your game wacky and weird effects. What this one does is it makes the flick from firing a weapon like really, really high to the point where your screen is just kind of going all over the place depending on how fast you're firing. Some classes legitimately cannot play the game with strong recoil. I'm talking classes like Pyro and Heavy. Some classes it barely matters, like on Sniper. Really, it just depends on what kind of weapons you're using. So I'll average it out and put it in the middle of minor annoyance. I'll put it toward the bottom because, yeah, unlike some of the other ones here, I think it does legitimately make it so you just can't play the game in certain instances, but those instances are a lot more rare than some of the others on the tier below. Cursed is probably my least favorite effect in the entire game. All it does is it inverts your controls, but that is evil. Technically, yes, you can play around it. You won't, though. I promise you're not going to adapt to Cursed within the 20 seconds that you have it for. And even if you do, well, then you have to adapt to playing normally. It's one of the most obnoxious things to roll, and it makes it worse because it's like, it's the mindset of, the game is technically playable right now, but everything that's occurring is a massive skill issue because I can't play. So I'm going to be slightly biased and put Cursed in very problematic. I think most people would agree. I'll put it right up near, I'll put it under Earthquake, because again, it technically doesn't affect your game in any way but the fact that your controls are inverted, but I promise you that is plenty enough to completely screw you up. Extra throwables just gives you like 20 of whatever throwable you have equipped. Now, what I mean by a throwable is anything that is counted as miscellaneous ammo, I think is the official term. So that is, off the top of my head, heavy food items, scout jars, Girardi, Sandman balls, and Wrap Assassin ornaments. And I think that's it. Basically, you just get 20 of those that you can use whenever you want. This is easily the best when rolled with a sandwich because you can just heal your entire team, or you just have unlimited sandwich supplies for yourself. Hey, I'm not going to judge you if you're a selfish bastard. But yeah, literally on anything you can roll this on, it's just kind of a quality of life thing that you're probably not going to get much out of, but it's nice to have regardless. I'll put this in slightly helpful right above Deadly Voice. All right, we made it to the big one. I'm sure you've been waiting for this since the video started. Power play is nothing but completely overpowered. And that's by design. I mean, power play is supposed to be the effect that, like, you are fishing for when you use roll the dice. It is the holy grail of all effects. So, what it does is it gives you every single uber charge at the same time, which means you are completely invulnerable, completely immune to knockback, you have full crits, and I guess you also have the vaccinator resistances for what it's worth. The counter to power play is to hide, to pick a god and pray that you won't be the next target of whoever has power play. But if you're the one who rolls power play, you are in for the best 20 seconds of a video game in your entire life. Where else can power play go but to the very top of game winning? Honest to God, like, even as good as team criticals and flying are, a single person with power play can single-handedly win games. You have someone with full invulnerability and crits running around in your back lines, and there is not a thing you can do about them. Again, you just kind of have to hide and maybe, like, try to pick other people off that are trying to push behind them before you die. It's easily the most powerful effect in the game. I don't think anyone expected anything differently, but Godspeed power play. Thanks for making my gameplay enjoyable. At least when I'm the one who rolls it. Explosive Arrows is one of the most unique and probably coolest effects in the entire plugin, and I wish more of them were set up like this. What it does is it makes your Huntsman arrows and your crossbow bolts have a area of effect that I think does a flat 100 damage. I can't remember if it has explosive damage fall off, but it basically just adds a 100 damage explosion to all of your projectiles. Now, that 100 damage does not replace the base damage of your projectile. It is added to it. So let's say you shoot someone with a Crusader's crossbow bolt from across the map and they take 75 damage. Well, that also adds the 100 explosion damage, meaning that you do 175 per shot. It is ridiculously good. It makes the Huntsman and the crossbow legitimately scary things to use. And yeah, I'm going to put these in pretty powerful, probably up near Fire Breath, because it's about the same. Incline Problem makes it so you can't really go up slopes very easily, and it also sets your max step size to like 1 or something really, really low. Basically, just you have to jump if you want to go up slope surfaces. It's kind of annoying, but if the map is set up correctly, it's not going to be too big of a problem. I'll just put this as a minor annoyance right next to Strong Gravity, but outside of that is just whatever. You can very easily play around this one. Spring Shoes makes it so you're constantly jumping, and not only are you constantly jumping, but you're not even bunny hopping, so it's not even like it's kind of fun. It's just kind of an annoying thing to deal with. Chances are, if you roll this, just kind of like a lot of the other movement inflicting ones, you don't really have much ability to dodge, so you're going to die more often than not when you roll these, but again, it's technically possible to play around, so I'll only put it in very problematic, right under Snail. I think this is more annoying than Snail. Lag is another pretty annoying one. It just kind of like teleports you backward every time you try to move forward. It just simulates like high ping, or I guess more specifically to suit the nerds in the audience, high jitter, because high ping is technically stable on its own. But yeah, no, lag is annoying. It's not technically impossible to play around, but it is more so than a lot of the other ones. I'll put it above Funny Feeling and Earthquake, but I do feel like... Actually, if I'm putting Strong Recoil and Minor Annoyance, I'll put this one in Minor Annoyance too. Again, it is possible to play around. You just kind of have to hold still, and sometimes that actually, you do luck out, and it does like help you dodge shots that you otherwise wouldn't. So, the silver lining, I suppose. Drug Bullets is one of the most misunderstood effects in the entire RTD plugin. Some people assume that it inflicts the entire like drugged effect on anyone that you hit. Some people assume that it does literally nothing and it's a waste of an RTD slot. But what it does is it basically makes like the aim punch every time you hit someone extremely high, and you also like make the screen turn a certain color, which doesn't really do much, but it does kind of help disorient whoever you're shooting, so I suppose it is nice to have. But if you think about this as just increased aim punch, that's a great way to look at it. But most of the time, you're not going to get insane value out of increased aim punch. So I'll put this one in slightly helpful, right above Infinite Double Jump, I think. Actually, what am I saying? I'd rather have extra throwables even than Drug Bullets. I'll put it there. Long Melee is a very, very, very weapon and class dependent one to roll. It does what you might expect it to do, where it makes your melee range like way longer than it normally would be. I think the default is like 10 times longer. And while that isn't necessarily a great thing on a lot of classes, depending on what kind of melee you're running, this could be one of the best effects to get. I think the specific combination of things where you'd really want long melee are Jarate Bushwhacker becomes ridiculous with this, Market Gardening becomes extremely fun, and Spy just becomes easy mode with this. Other than that, I can't really think of too many instances where you'd actually want this. Maybe the Extinguisher, I guess that's the other one, but yeah, long melee is just kind of a gimmick more than anything. It's a gimmick you can sometimes get use out of though, so I'll at least put it in slightly helpful, but most of the time it's probably not going to do you much. I'll put this one above extra throwables. Actually, no, I'll put this one above Infinite Cloak and Double Jump, because like when it does pair well, you do get a lot of use out of it, but it's not necessarily guaranteed to. Hat Throw is another one of the summon a projectile out of your face by pressing E types of rolls. The projectile is a hat that has the jankiest hitbox known to man, though if you do roll it, it does 150 damage instantaneously, making it technically better than a fireball for single target damage. The issue is, again, the hitbox is really bad. There's no area of effect at all, so you actually have to hit your shots precisely. And sometimes it just doesn't even work. Even if you do hit people, it just kind of bounces off. The benefit of Hat Throw is that you can spam it, so even if the projectiles are really, really slow and you can see them coming, it's like, it's easy to just interrupt team fights and kill a couple people by picking them off with hats. So it's not completely useless, but at the same time, it's like definitely among the worst projectiles. Actually, no, that's not even true. It's probably middling. So there are certainly uses for it, and I'd still rather have it more often than not, for sure, but it could be better. That being said, I'll still put it in pretty powerful. I mean, a spammable projectile that instant kills is going to be really good no matter what the hitbox is like, so we'll put it above... we'll put it above increased speed at least. But if you ever roll this yourself, you'll very quickly see what the problems with it are. And speaking of summonable projectiles that have huge problems and microscopic hitboxes, Matterous Whistle. Oh my god, I hate this effect so much. What it actually does is every time you summon it by pressing E, it makes an alligator come out of the ground and destroy whatever's on top of it. That sounds really, really good, especially because it does 150 damage, like the same as Hat Throw. So yeah, you can just kind of run around, like jump on top of people and maybe cheese out a few kills, kill the person chasing you. This is never going to do anything for you. The hitbox is horrible. For whatever reason, it can also damage you. I don't know why they decided to make that a feature. If you're standing on top of it, it instant kills you, or it does 150 damage. I guess it's not technically an instant kill, but it puts you in a pretty bad position. Just because of that, it's like there's no benefit to having this. Any time that you maybe would kill someone with Matterous Whistle, you also maybe kill yourself. So it's going in neutral, probably below low gravity, I think. It's one of the most frustrating roll the dice effects in the entire plugin just because of, one, how much missed potential there is, two, how difficult it is to actually use, and there's just, I don't know, it just does not feel good at all. And the worst part is that it's only my second least favorite alligator on this channel. Sickness is the same thing as suffocation, but it actually does pose an imminent threat to you because the health drain is pretty consistent and not negatable by many means at all. I think the official damage per second is like somewhere between 10 and 20. I'm pretty sure it's like random, so it's there is like a little bit of variance there, but you could be taking up to 20 damage per second from this, and it's not like you can turn off the damage like you could by like picking up a health pack. Like you just kind of have to try to out heal it and hope that you don't die beforehand. So I'll put it in very problematic, probably around bad sauce, because yeah, it is going to kill you very quickly, but it is possible to negate just by some healing. But yeah, not a very fun one to roll. Wasted Roll is another very, very funny one. It is the literal definition of doing nothing. Whenever you roll it, there's a voice line that plays that goes, "Oh, fiddlesticks." And then nothing happens, and we have to wait another 60 seconds. Obviously, going in no difference, it's just like, I don't know, it's a funny one. The real question, though, is where in no difference are we putting those? Which ones are literally worse than nothing, and which ones are better than nothing? Beacon, Big Head, and Fire Time Bomb are the ones that go below. I think that's fair. Mercs Die Twice is God mode with extra steps. Basically, for the duration of the effect, you can press E to revive yourself every time you die. And every time you revive yourself, you get like a little bit of uber charge. And it really doesn't matter. I mean, the only downside is that you don't get the knockback resistance. This is, for all intents and purposes, a worse version of God mode, but usually what ends up happening is that server operators will forget to turn down the timer on this, so you'll get the full effect duration for Mercs Die Twice, but like only a small portion of it, like 10 seconds for God mode. I can't really judge it on that because that's a very server-by-server basis, but that's what I've seen in my experience. What I will say is very cool about Mercs Die Twice is that you don't have to resurrect yourself instantly. You can get some pretty cheesy plays by making people think they killed you and then choosing to revive a couple seconds later to like get a specific pick. Normally, the only times you're getting use on that are on clashes like Spy. You can do some very big brain things with Spy and Mercs Die Twice, but other than that, it's just usually a worse God mode. So I'll put it at the near the bottom of game winning. Drunk Walk is pretty similar to Cursed, except that instead of technically being able to play around that, it just kind of makes your game move in whatever direction it really wants to. If you try to walk forward, you'll move like kind of back and forth a little bit, and then also at random speeds. It basically makes moving impossible. It's basically the same thing as Cursed, so I'll put it there, but this one, as I mentioned, is technically impossible to play around, while Cursed technically is. What I will note about Drunk Walk that's very interesting is that it does happen to have the ability to increase your speed beyond what it normally could be just by walking forward. So there have been several occasions where I've made an otherwise impossible jump because I ran forward, got lucky with Drunk Walk, and like it accelerated me right at the last second, and I was able to do that. Don't try that because chances are you won't make the jump if you're trying to do that, but it's a neat tech that I found with it, if nothing else. Hell's Reach is a nasty one. It combines a lot of otherwise pretty damaging RTD effects all into one neat little package, and I've never really seen people survive this one if they're not under constant healing and team protection, I'll put it that way. So over the course of the effect, you become slowed, damaged, your aim gets flicked around a lot, and when the effect ends, you take like 50 damage and get set on fire. This one's just cruel. It's like basically the worst thing that you could roll that's not just dying, so I'll put that one right above everything else on the imminent death tier. Curse Projectiles is another really funny one, very creative, and I wish more effects were like this. What it does is every time you fire a projectile, if it's been in the air for more than 1 second, it'll now turn into a cursed homing projectile that targets you. So let's say you're shooting someone across the map with a huntsman. Well, if the huntsman arrow has been in the air for more than 1 second, what'll happen is it'll turn into this little like fireball, and it'll turn back around, and I don't think huntsman arrows can headshot you, but you will then receive 120 damage if you're not able to find some way to block the incoming shot. It's really cool. It forces you to like change the way you play the game in interesting ways rather than just like screwing with you or being annoying, and because of that, I really like it as a concept. That being said, I mean, it does kind of suck. It is problematic because it basically deletes any kind of spam outside of like a specific range, but it's probably the easiest to play around in anything in this tier, so I'll put it at the very top. Vampire is another just constant damage to you effect. I don't know why there are so many of these, but basically if you've not damaged someone in a specific amount of time, which I think the default's like 3 seconds, I'd like to say, and by that I mean I just looked it up because I wasn't sure. You start to rapidly take damage and it flicks your aim everywhere, and it just, I don't know, probably will kill you if you're not able to do damage for a long enough amount of time. This one's more annoying than anything, but it is very similar to Sickness in a lot of ways. It's just like with more aim flicking and technically more ways to prevent it, although chances are if you roll this, you're not going to last very long anyway, so I'll put this right above Sickness. Bat Swarm is batshit insane. What it does is it surrounds your entire body with these crazy bats that deal insane damage and knockback to anyone who gets close. So imagine what Toxic is, where it's this kill aura that's not very big, kind of blinds you, and doesn't do that much damage, all things considered. Ramp all the aspects up to 1,000, and there you go, you get Bat Swarm. Bat Swarm knocks everyone back an insane distance, and overall is the effect that I have lost the most games to single-handedly because someone rolled it. All you have to do is just kind of run toward an objective, and whoever's on there is going to get deleted very, very quickly, and no one else will be able to come onto the objective because you're just constantly pushing them off. This effect is a menace in modes like Medieval or on Class Wars where you want to be in melee range. Especially on Class Wars, I think this is like the result of most upsets ever, I would dare say. It's just kind of insane, but not in a way where it's like insanely good. It's just insane in like every possible dimension. I'll put this in game winning simply because I've seen a lot of games won from it. I'll put it right at the bottom, right above powerful hits, I think. But yeah, if you roll Bat Swarm, you can very easily just kind of plow through entire teams and just cap for no reason. It's stupid. I really wish this effect was not in the game. Rounding the home stretch here, I promise we're about done. Pumpkin Trail is another projectile, but this one just does nothing. It summons a bunch of pumpkins in front of you that explode after a couple seconds. The pumpkins really don't do that much damage, though. I think they do like maybe 80 each-ish. You do get like 4 or 5 pumpkins every time you summon, but they don't explode on contact, so if someone sees you summoning the pumpkins, all they have to do is move, and they're not going to hit them. This one just ends up doing nothing most of the time. I'm going to put it right below Deadly Voice in the slightly helpful tier. Probably the worst effect you can get that is technically positive, but yeah, you're not gonna do much with this one. Don't even bother with it. And finally, the last effect in the official RTD list anyway is Overheal Bonus. Overheal Bonus lets you exceed your overheal cap by like 5 times. So if you're healing a soldier and you can normally get like 100 overheal for 300 total, I think you can get, what would the math be, dude? It's so late at night. Like 600 total, 700 total, 5 times whatever it normally is. Great Blue's having a bit of a brain fart here. It's like 4 in the morning, but it's fine. It's okay. You're not going to do much with this, but I'll put this in slightly helpful, I guess. Right above infinite double jumps. Oh, and actually there is one more effect. I'll Call Beyond somehow didn't make it onto the tier list template, so now I have to record it while I'm sick. What a Call Beyond does is another one of those like shoot projectiles every time you press E effects. This one shoots clusters of 5 homing Cowmangler rockets out of your head, which is like obviously pretty good because the rockets will chase down like, I'd like to say the closest enemy, but in reality it's pretty random. Now you might think that being able to spam homing rockets would make this effect like completely overpowered, and to some degree you would be correct, but there are 2 major things that I think hold a Call Beyond back like pretty heavily. Number 1 is that because the rockets initially shoot up, they're a lot more prone to just not doing what you want. Sometimes they'll hit ceilings, sometimes they'll like take wide arcs, because the homing isn't amazing, and they'll like hit walls and stuff before they make it to the target. Sometimes they'll land like right beside the target and only do the splash damage, which, considering the rockets are already suffering from a lot of fall off anyway, because they tend to travel a pretty long distance, means that like per rocket you're getting as little as 24 damage, which can realistically happen quite a bit. And number 2, the homing rockets, on top of just not really doing anything to buildings, can still be reflected. So if a pyro sees a cluster of 5 rockets coming and he reflects them, well, the rockets still home back in onto you. So potentially this could be a liability if you're playing against a good pyro and the tracking isn't ideal. But at the end of the day, I mean, you're spamming homing rockets. How bad could this effect really be? I'm going to put it in pretty powerful, I think right below Fire Breath, because I think this is really a side grade. Instead of doing like a single, like 100 damage projectile, you're getting 5 projectiles that do anywhere between like 24 and 120 some damage, whatever the normal rocket damage is. So obviously this is pretty good, but I think a lot of people overrate this one specifically. So anyway, that is every single official RTD effect ranked, explained, hopefully well enough. I tried to go through them relatively quickly, but a lot of these just don't have much to explain to begin with. And hopefully this tier list gives you a better idea of, number 1, what to do when you roll the effects. Just having the knowledge of what they do, I think, can prepare you better to take advantage of them. And number 2, of how to react when you see someone else roll the effect in the RTD chat. I personally found it interesting to go through every single effect and read what they do, so hopefully you found it interesting too. One last thing I want to discuss before I end the tier list is, I don't like RTD very much. I've never given my full opinion on this, but I want to get it out there right now, at least briefly, that RTD, I think, is a stupid game mechanic. As fun as it can be to, like, roll power play and destroy the enemy team with an OP effect, it's like, this is not a healthy way to balance the game. And also, it's not even a way to balance the game, because, contrary to the belief of most people, this does not tip the scales in favor of the losing team. I've seen this argument a lot where people are like, oh, RTD is a way to let the losing team come back, and if you don't like it, it's just because you want to be like a tryhard. This does not let the losing team come back. In fact, a lot of the time, RTD is just a win more mechanic, because it's not like the winning team can't also roll power play and, like, snuff well-coordinated pushes. So this is just, again, it's pure luck. It doesn't add anything to the game, and I sincerely wish that servers would reconsider adding this, because I don't think I have ever enjoyed it when it's been on a server. Unless I get the OP effects, in which case it's the best plugin ever, and I wish it was on every server. Anyway, if you made it to the end of the RTD tier list, thank you so much for watching. I want to apologize for taking what's probably a year to get this video out. This video really has been a year in the making, simply because every time, it's felt like a curse. Every time I have sat down to record this video in the past, I've gotten, like, inexplicably tired, like, a third of the way through, and I've not been able to finish. Or, like, there was one time where I didn't, and I was like, alright, I finished the entire thing, and this was like a year ago, and I looked at the audio, and I forgot to record the audio channel that I meant to on a track that was actually audible, so it was like completely silent. Anyway, all that to say, I really hope you enjoyed this video. That has been one of the longest undertakings out of anything I've ever made on the channel. As always, if you have feedback, feel free to let me know. The next tier list that I'm going to do, I think, will either be Class Wars, but, like, for each of the weapons, because I thought about it a little bit more, and I think there's more to go into there, or for Randomizer, which I think I can do a really, really cool tier list for, because what you roll actually is impacted by a few things. It's not, again, kind of like RTD, it's not just up to luck. You do have to know kind of how to react. So if you have a preference, let me know. Until then, my voice is completely shot, so thanks for watching, and have a good one. Class Wars is a TF2 game mode that is absolutely crazy. At the beginning of each round, each team is randomly assigned a class, and everyone on that team has to play that class for the entire round. I have a bit of experience myself with this mode, playing it a couple times on my channel and generally having a lot of fun with it, but today I wanted to do something a little bit different and tier every single class, because a lot of people don't really know the matchups the first couple times playing. Trust me, you will figure them out very quickly once you play, but I still think a tier list representing how good or bad each class is certainly helpful. Before I just jump into it, there are a couple things with the tier list itself that I want to explain. I have unfortunately had to set this up in a rather complex way, because I tried doing this simply, and yeah, it didn't exactly work. There's a lot of information that I think will go completely under the radar if I combine all of the classes. So instead of rating 9 classes like you might expect, I'm going to be rating 27. You can see that I have split each class up into 3, one being A, one being D, and one being E. A stands for attack, D stands for defense, and E stands for what I'm calling even, or any map where both teams are doing the exact same objective, like King of the Hill, Capture the Flag, and so on. The reason that I have done this is because I personally find that some classes are much better on one role than they are the other, and I wanted to split them up like this, so that way you can get a better visualization of when classes are going to be good, because the attacking experience is much different than the defending experience. I will also note, and this shouldn't be something that I would have to say, but I'll say it anyway, this is from my own personal experience with Class Wars. A very good majority of the time that I have on Class Wars is on Dust Bowl, because that's what most servers run. However, very recently I have been playing a couple rotation servers with a variety of maps, so I do have a pretty good idea of what's going on maps like King of the Hill, Capture the Flag, and other attack, defend, or payload maps that aren't Dust Bowl. Because of that, my opinions on certain classes may be skewed because of Dust Bowl, but I think the general placement is still pretty accurate for each mode, unless I were to break every single class down by every single mode, in which case I'd be here for years. There are just some exceptions that I'm going to have to make, and that's just a fair warning. Second of all, I am not going to be counting roll the dice in the tiering. Roll the dice is a very stupid mechanic, and anyone who says that it exists to break stalemates does not know what they are talking about. And finally, more of a general rule that I'll give is some of the matchups that I might put on this tier list may seem unintuitive. For instance, you may think that, oh, why did I say that X class can beat Y class when usually it's the opposite? Well, you have to think that this isn't a question of can one of X class beat one of Y class, it's can 16 of X class beat 16 of Y class. And because of some of the nuances that change when you stack the teams with one class or another, a lot of matchups do get shifted in ways that they normally wouldn't in a 1v1 scenario, so that's kind of where some of the less intuitive matchups that I'm placing are coming from. As for the tiers are pretty self-explanatory. I will say the top and the bottom tier, which are colorless, are for singular exceptions that I think either entirely break the game or are basically just surrender magnets. There's only going to be one class in either of those tiers, so that's why I'm putting them there. The colored tiers, on the other hand, I mean, I've titled them in ways that make sense, except for Sans, which you might be looking at scratching your head, but the reason that I titled it Sans is because if you get a class in this tier, you're gonna have a bad time. Oh, and one more thing that I will clarify is throughout the video, you'll be seeing these little matchup graphics that I've made to kind of give you a visual aid of which classes tend to do better against others. Those are not the only things that I've used to determine who's going in what tier. So even if someone has, like, better matchups on that graphic than someone else, there are numerous factors that I've used to consider where someone's going. So don't look at that graphic and think like, oh, that's dumb. Someone else had like better matchups, more arrows, and they're on a lower tier. That's more so you can get an understanding of what classes tend to do well where. Anyway, enough of the intro. Sorry, there was a lot to explain there. Let's get started. Starting off, we have Scout. Scout in normal TF2 is much more of a pit class than he is a power class, and because of that, his performance in a mode where you're only allowed to play as Scout is drastically reduced, to say the least. He still does pretty well in modes where you're allowed to roam the map a lot more freely, but in more streamlined modes like attack, defense, or payload or whatever, Scout kind of gets wrecked by a lot of the power classes. Now, that being said, I would rather have Scout over a lot of characters. I don't think he's terrible by any means, but he is by no means my first choice of a class. So let's break it down into each of the roles. First of all, Scout on attack actually does pretty well. Unlike a lot of other classes, Attack Scout is significantly better than Defense Scout because of his tendency to kind of break through the back lines and back cap. If you're playing on defense and you're playing against a bunch of Scouts who are on attack, one of the things you really have to watch out for is Scouts who are back capping, and because of that, you naturally have to play a little bit farther back, closer to the last point than you otherwise would have to, and that does inherently give Scouts a bit of advantages because that means that sometimes, like on point 2 of Dust Bowl, you can't take advantage of some of the natural choke points like the tunnels because you have to play so close to the point. Scout also has the Bonk Atomic Punch, which drastically helps his attack effectiveness much more than his defense effectiveness. Because a lot of Scouts can pop Bonk and just run straight through enemy lines at the same time, you really have to be careful of Scouts who manage to slip by and cap. Now, this is a lot less effective on payload, but I think that is kind of canceled out on payload by the fact that the Scouts can kind of be anywhere on the map. There's a lot more flank routes typically on payload maps than there are on attack defend maps that you can take advantage of, which means that Scouts can spread out, which is what they naturally want to do. So I'm going to put Attack Scout on pretty average. He doesn't fare too well against Soldier, Pyro, Demo, Heavy, and Engineer, but he does fare pretty decently against Defending Scouts, Medics, Spies, and Snipers, and 4 out of 9 as far as Class Wars goes is actually pretty good. The Defense Scout, on the other hand, does not have the luxuries. Attacking Scout, again, it's kind of unusual that Scout is better on attack than defense. Most classes have it the other way around, but Defensive Scout just doesn't have the same ability to kind of pressure random areas of the map like Attacking Scout can. You have to play close to the point, and Scout, being a squishy class with no means of dealing with multiple enemies at the same time, does not do very well. So he goes in the minimal chance category because The only classes that he can really beat are spies, sometimes medics, and snipers. Now, scouts on symmetrical maps, on the other hand, are pretty similar to attacking scouts, especially if you're playing like King of the Hill. You can kind of run anywhere you want, which drastically helps the effectiveness of scout. When you can kind of finagle it to get more 1v1 oriented fights versus like 16 scouts fighting 16 whatevers at the same time, which typically doesn't go too well, that makes them a whole lot better than they would otherwise be. Unfortunately, they still do get kind of wrecked by a lot of classes, but I would say that they're actually better than attacking scouts. They still only have about 4.5 good matchups, which isn't great by any means, but it's definitely better than it could be, so it's also going an average above attacking scout. Oh, and before I move on, I wasn't going to talk about weapons a whole lot in this tier list, but I will at least mention some of the great weapons that characters have to deal with some of their worst matchups. First of all, Mad Milk is really, really good for scouts because you can throw it into crowds of enemies, and that drastically increases your entire team's survivability. The fact that you basically have like 0 cooldown on your Mad Milk when your entire team is spamming it means that enemies are pretty much constantly going to be milked, which gives scouts much better survivability than they otherwise would. I think that single-handedly shifts a lot of matchups, at least kind of in their favor. Like, for instance, against heavies, scouts still get beat pretty consistently, but if you just constantly throw milks at the heavies, that really softens the blow of the matchup that would otherwise be a complete and total wipe. Same thing for Bonk Atomic Punch. Bonk is a lifesaver for scouts. The fact that you even can just run invincibly behind enemy lines means that enemies have to play a little bit more cautiously. They can't just spawn camp you, because in the event that one scout gets out, he can very easily clear out a decent portion of the back line if he ends up 1v1ing. So that's a very good tool in Scout's kit. I think most of his primaries and melees are pretty straightforward, but his secondaries do provide a lot of utility that otherwise wouldn't be there. Soldier, being the jack of all trades, master of none class, inevitably makes him really, really good on average in a mode like this because, I mean, just spamming soldiers in casual is a really good strategy. Spamming soldiers in Class Wars is also a great strategy. As a whole, Soldier has quite a few weapons that allow him to be great in a variety of situations. For instance, the shotguns allow good matchups against pyros. Banners are really, really good. The fact that your entire team can basically have at least 2 banners up at any given time means that Soldier has really good damage, really good survivability, and all of that's on top of the naturally good damage and survivability he already has. So you can really make like packs of soldiers extremely dangerous just by spamming banners. Soldier is probably, in my opinion, one of the best classes across all 3 of his variants, just because, again, he's so suited for every type of situation that he naturally ends up being really, really good. But yeah, let's break it down into the roles. Attacking Soldier is probably the worst one, actually, just because there are a couple classes on defense that he really just can't deal with, even with his stalemate breaking tools like banners. It really does hold him back in a lot of ways. Engineers, for instance, he really can't deal with wranglers and short circuits. Heavies on defense are another powerhouse that you just don't quite have the damage to compete with. These aren't like horrible matchups by any means. I think that you can still win like maybe 35 or 40% of the time, but they are weaker matchups for the Soldier nonetheless that are kind of being counted against him in this case. Put him in usually successful. I think that especially on payload, you can do really well with just attacking soldiers, but I wouldn't say that attacking soldiers is an easy win against every single class by any means. I think that there are still enough of them that give you a headache to prevent that from being the case. Defense Soldier, on the other hand, kind of mops the floor with like almost every single class. Just the fact that you can have like that many classes spamming cow manglers, direct hits, every single rocket launcher in your kit is going to be insane to just spam down corridors. The fact that you can have 16 soldiers doing that at the same time means that there's not a corridor that's going unspammed in the entire game. And you will, even if you like happen to lose the first point on like Dust Bowl or some of the weird other attack, defend, or payload maps that you can have, most of the last points are just easy. All you have to do is just spam down whatever corridor you think people might be coming from, and especially if everyone's running the Cow Mangler and you can't run out of ammo, you can just do that for the entire game with basically no contest. Defense, Soldier is an easy win. And Soldier on symmetrical maps kind of continues that trend. I don't think he's as good. The fact that you do have to rocket jump to the front lines for a decent chance to kind of speed up the game does hurt a lot, because health packs in Class Wars, I guess as a general rule going forward, are very scarce. Dembo Man, I think, suffers from this a lot more, but the fact that you have to take away from your own health to speed up your entry to the front lines does hurt, because you're probably not going to get that back unless you're running like the Black Box, the Conch or something. But the fact that on maps that I see running on Class Wars servers a lot, like Sweden and Harvest, Soldier dominates on those maps because he can rocket jump up to the higher tiers of mid, especially on High Tower. Holy crap, Soldier just wins High Tower. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen Soldiers lose on High Tower. It's one of the freest wins you can get for Soldier. But his versatility in movement, damage, and really everything else makes him really, really good for symmetrical modes, and he's probably one of the best classes that you can get in a mode like King of the Hill, Capture the Flag, or Payload Race, if we're being honest. As far as weapons go, like I mentioned, banners are really, really good for Soldier. The direct hit and the cow mangler are really good for spam, especially if I said I wasn't going to count RTD, but in the event that someone happens to roll Dispenser, that just makes direct hits even better, because that basically means you have infinite reserve ammo. Soldier just has so much stuff that allows him to combat like every type of situation that there isn't really an instance where Soldier is going to struggle, which in a mode like Class Wars is really, really good. Pyro's matchups are pretty decisive, or in other words, you will either destroy the enemy team with no remorse, or you will get destroyed with no remorse. There isn't really a middle ground with Pyro. The reason that Pyro is so good in that regard is because on teams that he is dominating, the most logical conclusion to the match is Pyro's just sitting around spawn camping. Especially on maps where you're defending or you're doing the same objective, it's very easy for Pyros to push up to the enemy spawn and just spam flames at the spawn door. Now that being said, Pyro's bad matchups usually in the opposite, because again, the nature of him being short range means that most people realize, oh, all we have to do is stand barely outside of Pyro's effective range and spam into a corridor or whatever. And even though Pyro has Air Blast can't really compete with spam. That's kind of another instance of, even though like Pyro can beat a soldier regularly in a 1v1, 16 Pyros cannot beat 16 soldiers. There is no way your entire team is coordinating Air Blast like that, so you kind of get spammed out by every stretch of the imagination. So because of that, again, a lot of Pyro's matchups are very heavily weighted in one way or another, with very few close matchups. Attacking Pyro, unfortunately, is not very good in the grand scheme of things, especially compared to his older cousins here, because you have to actually push up as attacking Pyro, and you can't just spawn camp a lot of the time. You struggle quite a bit. Now, that being said, I think that you can still just, like, run forward with the Flog, and you're going to have a pretty easy time against, like, 4 out of the 9 classes, but the other 5 classes do kind of camp you out in a very similar way, and it's very difficult for you to make any kind of ground against that level of spam. I'm going to put him in pretty average. Again, 4 out of 9 classes is not bad by any means, especially compared to what you could be getting instead. But it isn't the best either. Defensive Pyros, on the other hand, have better matchups. I think defensive Pyros and attacking Pyros have pretty much the same, except it is much easier for defensive Pyros to kind of steamroll really most classes in the game. The only classes that I think you can't really spawn camp are engineers, because it's really easy for them to get like a single mini up, wrangle it, and then you're kind of out of luck. And heavies, because heavies have much higher close range DPS and kind of shred anyone who's hoping to be cheeky with the Flog. That being said, even soldiers and demos, which are classes that can usually deal with Pyros pretty easily, do have a bit of a hard time getting out of spawn, and because of that, you can burn down a lot of their clock that they would otherwise need to push up, especially on, like, the last point of Dust Bowl. So I'm going to put defensive Pyro in usually successful. I think that, again, he still has a couple of struggling matchups, and if you can't get the spawn camp in, then you can very easily lose ground very quickly, but it's just so easy for Pyros to spawn camp with the Flog. Like, every single match that I get defensive Pyro on that's not against Heavies or Engineers, it's literally just Pyros spawn camping with the Flog. Even Pyros, I think, goes a very similar way as defensive Pyros, especially on maps like Suijin or Harvest or whatever, where the enemy team really only has, like, one spawn area to come out of. It's equally as easy to spawn camp. The problem is, taking and holding the point can be a little bit more difficult on some of the more open maps. On maps like Suijin, it's a bit easier for Pyros to do because the point is pretty closed in, but on maps like Hightower, which is technically under the same umbrella as maps that are symmetrical, Pyros struggle a bit more. The openness of the map means that closing the gap between yourself and an enemy is much harder than it otherwise would be on some of the more enclosed maps, and the abundance of spawns that the enemy can exit from means that spawn camping is much more of a concerted effort there. I'm still going to put him in... Actually, no, I'll put him in pretty average. I think that he has about the same success rate as attacking Pyro. It's a pretty similar deal, but I will put him at the top because I think he can spawn camp much more easily than attacking Pyros can, and at the point where you're spawn camping, you've basically already won. And while I'm at it, I might as well just start ordering the tiers. I'll put attacking Pyro above the Scouts. I think the Pyro usually has a better time than getting Scout in this mode. As for weapons that you can very easily take advantage of as the Pyro, Flog. That's it, literally just the Flog. You barely even need anything else. Maybe like the Panic Attack if you're really feeling risky. But against 8 of the 9 classes, the Flog is literally all you want. It's so easy to run into groups of enemies, kill like 6 of them before you die. Even if it's a kamikaze, I mean, you're going to take down so many people with you. The Flog is like a brain-dead choice, but it's so effective. You can get pretty good results out of the Dragon's Fury too. I think the Dragon's Fury is actually preferable if you're up against enemy Pyros, but the Flog is just... It's so hard not to recommend the Flog. Same with the Scorch Shot. Like, it's good for a reason, alright? 16 Pyros spamming the Scorch Shot at a window is going to very quickly take care of anyone you're aiming at. There's not many classes that can survive that much of a Scorch Shot volley. So those are the best weapons if you want to be a team player, but I found that I can actually finish off enemies very easily if I equip the Flare Gun or the Extinguisher, because those weapons benefit based on how much fire has been applied to the enemy, and because everyone on your team is Pyro, everyone's going to be on fire all the time. It's very easy to just fire a flare down like a random angle and get minus 90 in your damage HUD. It's also pretty dang easy to just walk into a crowd of enemies who are already on fire, WM1 with the Extinguisher, and just like hit a big stream of 237s and have a permanent speed boost. Like, you can play clean-up Pyro pretty easily, and that's also effective if you just want kills instead of winning, which, I mean, like, that's most people in the game, don't lie to me. But really, any option as Pyro is going to be pretty efficient. Heck, I've even seen people get use out of the Gas Passer, because you're going to be hitting a lot of enemies regardless of where you throw it, and it can be a pretty good repellent for corridors or whatever, but the accursed Scorch Shot Flog combo is way too effective for its own good, and although I may be committing a war crime by saying this, I can't help but recommend it. Demo Man is really, really nice in this mode. Because a lot of the enemies are going to be grouped up, and because Demo Man has 12 explosives in his kit at any given time to dish out, the amount of people you can deal with in one volley is, like, really, really good. Now, that being said, Demo Man does struggle on modes where, or I guess on maps, rather, that are a little bit more open because you don't really have the range. But Demo Man in general is very much able to clean up and doesn't really struggle with that many matchups at all. To break it down a wee bit further, attacking Demo Man is probably kind of like Soldier. Attacking Demo Man's the weakest out of the trio. Not really having any tools to push with is a huge drawback for attacking Demo Man. At least Soldier has stuff like banners that he can activate if he wants to help his team push in. Demo Man just kind of has to brute force it. He doesn't really have any magic tools like that. But that being said, I still think attacking Demo Man has a fair bit of merit. You can pretty easily clean up a lot of classes. The only classes that I think attacking Demo Man really struggles with are the same as Soldier. Engineers will ruin your day, and you might be thinking like, oh, it's Demo Man. How can engineers ruin your day? Don't worry, we'll get to that in the engineers section. There's a lot to vent about there, but trusting me for now, engineers are the bane of your existence as Demo Man, and not really having banners to deal with them makes it significantly worse. And I think soldiers and heavies also cause you a fair bit of problems. On most maps that you can be attacking as Demo, soldiers and heavies just have a much better time on defense than you have on offense. It's not like you don't have any chance of winning, but I definitely think the matchup is not in your favor there. So because of that, I'll leave Demo Man usually successful, but he is going toward the bottom. Defense Demo Man, on the other hand, is a monster. Being able to spam as many stickies, grenades, and whatever you can at the point, at corridors, wherever you want, really, is amazing. It's very hard for enemy teams to break through Demo Man lines because they have to deal with sticky traps, they have to deal with grenades just being spammed left and right, they have to deal with sticky spam from the teammates who aren't setting up traps, and just to make it worse, if you have something that gives you damage resistance to explosives, well then you have to deal with the odd Demonite with the Skull Cutter running right at you and critting your face off. So yeah, you're not really going to have a good time attacking Demo Man if they're on defense. I don't know if he's the best defense class in the game, but I would definitely say that he's better than Soldier. Just, again, the amount of spam that he can dish out at any given time, and the fact that you have 16 people with the same capability to dish out that amount of spam makes Demo Man on defense pretty much a free win in 99% of games. He is insane. Demo Man in an even game, on the other hand, I actually find does significantly worse than attacking and defending Demo. I think the number of matchups that you have that are in your favor are the same as attacking Demo Man, but some matchups like Pyro are a lot closer than they otherwise would be. So I'm going to put Demo Man. I think he's still usually successful, especially because shields are like really good in Koth. Being able to take advantage, again, of just the 1v1 scenario that you can set yourself up for is very, very nice, but I just don't see the same success rates on, like, Capture the Flag or King of the Hill or Hightower or whatever that I see on Attack Defend maps, so I think he'll go a little bit worse. As for weapons, just run stock. Spamming grenades and sticky bombs is the easiest way to play Demo Man, it's the most effective way to play Demo Man, and other than, like, maybe running the Scottish Resistance on defense or a shield on very specific maps, just run stock. I could also definitely see the case for running the Quickie Bomb if you're in a more open map. That does allow you to engage at enemies long distance a lot more safely, but it's unnecessary. I think that if you're doing that, it's more for fun rather than trying to win. Stock is just the way to go. Just spam. That's all you need to do. Heavy is just, it's good, okay? Everyone likes to make the meme of, oh, here comes Russia, once you see like 16 revved heavies walking toward you firing, but it's terrifying. I do not want to be on the receiving end of a team of heavies. One heavy at long range can only output like maybe 15 to 20 damage per second. But you multiply that by 10, and, well, that's your entire health gone in less than a second. The amount of spam that you're able to output, and the fact that enemies can't really dodge it in the same way they can rockets or grenades or whatever, means that all you have to do is basically do what I call the Death Star strategy, where you have all of the heavies concentrate on one person at a time, they cease to exist seconds after getting in your sight lines, and then you move on to the next person. Does it require a bit of coordination? Yes, but the margin of error for what if everyone's not doing that? Oh, well, it doesn't matter, because really you only need like 5 or 6 people firing at the same person for it to matter, and they're going to melt. I don't think Heavy is the perfect class in this mode. Although minigun spam is really, really good, the lack of mobility hurts him a lot, and the fact that he is susceptible to high damage options like sentries and explosives does make him a little bit more vulnerable on attack. But on defense, dude, you're not getting beat. We'll get there, though. Right now, attacking Heavy is pretty good. I don't think he is quite in the easy win tier, but it's pretty dang close. I think that as far as attack goes, really all you have to do is get all of your heavies to move in a big pack. Just hold WM1 and you're going to win. There isn't really much you can do other than like spamming with splash damage, and if you don't have that, well then good luck. I'm going to put Heavy at the very top of... Actually, I'll put him behind Soldier. I'll put him very close to the top if usually successful. All it takes is just move forward and fire, and there's a good chance you're going to sweep the entire game. But he is still susceptible to explosives to a point where I don't think it's an easy win. I think you'll still have to put in some amount of effort. Defense Heavy, on the other hand, does not suffer from those problems, and because he doesn't have to run back to the front line after every death, you just walk out of spawn and win. It's an easy win. Literally, all you have to do is fire at a corridor, and then when you run out of ammo, have your teammate do the same thing. It's the same deal as Soldier. There's literally no weakness to heavies just standing on the point and firing at anyone who gets near them. They have so much health, they have built-in healing, they have hit scan DPS that's like tracking based and not projectile based, so it can't be reflected. Yeah, there's not really much you can do against defense heavies. I'm gonna put him, I'll put him in between Soldier and Demo. I don't think he's as good as Demo Man, but he's definitely better than Soldier. Now, even Heavy, on the other hand, I don't think has the same advantages. Because it's a lot easier for certain classes to set up 1v1s in modes like Payload Race or like King of the Hill or Capture the Flag, you definitely have to be more on your toes and make a much more dedicated effort to staying with your team on those maps, to where I wouldn't say that it's as good as attacking Heavy. That being said, Heavy can just spawn camp a lot of classes. It's the same deal as Pyro, right? There are several games that I've been in that we just couldn't get out of spawn because heavies were standing there WM1ing. This is no exception, so I'll put him, we'll say right here. Definitely and usually successful, though. The weapons that you want to use as Heavy, I don't even think it matters. All of Heavy's weapons are identical. Just use the Tomislav if the map is open, use the stock if the map is closed. You can get use out of literally anything, okay? You can figure it out for yourself. I will say one of the more fun things to do is trying to flank and then just going on rampages with the killing gloves of boxing and just getting one kill and then shredding enemies with crit miniguns. But in terms of effectiveness, I don't think it's going to be much better than just standing with your team and firing down a corridor for the entire match. And then for the secondary, just run the sandwich. Just spam. Anytime you don't need health, just drop a sandwich to anyone who does. The fact that you have that much healing in your economy makes you immediately better than the other team who, unless they're medic or engineer, cannot compete with that. So engineer is broken, okay? Any problems that engineer normally faces if you're the only engineer on the team cease to exist if you have an entire team of engineers. I don't think engineer is even a beatable class half the time. For instance, one of your biggest weaknesses as a solo engineer is running out of metal. Well, that doesn't really matter if your entire team has dispensers down that they aren't going to be using most of the time, and also because your entire team will just randomly go upgrade your buildings because they have nothing better to do. So even like the cost of setup barely matters, because I can just put like a level 1 sentry down on the back lines, forget about it for like 30 seconds, and when I come back, it'll be level 3 because the Gibbous engineer, who is just an absolute Chad, is just going around upgrading everything, and I don't have to think about it. Engineer also runs into the problem of not really having much durability. Well, that doesn't matter. You take 100 damage, you retreat into the like cluster of dispensers for 5 seconds, and you're all the way at full. But the most broken part about Engineer is his secondaries. Engineer has 2 secondaries that ruin the entire game of Class Wars. The Short Circuit completely deletes engineers, demo men, really anyone you can think of. The Short Circuit, in fact, becomes a decent DPS option because everyone on your team can be spamming them at the same time, and because of that, you just have this like constant laser beam of penetrating damage that clears out anyone that's trying to spawn camp you. What should be his biggest counters of soldiers and engineers literally cannot get anything in because your entire team can just sit in a cluster of dispensers, spam short circuits down the corridors that the soldiers are trying to spam to, and now you have the superior spam option. And if you don't want to contribute to the spam of the short circuit, well, you could just plop down a mini sentry, use the Wrangler, and now you have an effective 300 health thing that does like insane damage. For some reason, you basically have a heavy at your disposal, But if the heavy dies, then it doesn't matter because now you can build another one. So if you think about it, Engineer basically has the ability to spawn heavies that don't have to respawn, but then he also has the Engineer with like a shotgun or whatever. It's insane. I have no idea what they were thinking when they gave Engineer some of the secondaries he has in this game, and especially in Class Wars where running out of metal is a very rare occurrence unless you're trying to like go off and flank on your own. It just amplifies the problem hundreds of times more. So let's talk about the individual versions, shall we? You might be thinking, oh, it's Engineer on attack. He's not really that good, is he? No, he's fantastic. It's very rare for Engineer on attack to not win. The only way to beat Engineer on attack is to mercilessly spawn camp him so hard that even the short circuit can't save him. What classes can do that? Well, basically none of them, because the short circuit like hits through spawn doors, so you don't even have to open the door to deal damage to half the people. But I think heavies, like theoretically, heavies should be able to do it because they can also have built-in healing. I say theoretically because I don't know if that's ever happened, but that is a possible strategy that you can use. The reason that Engineer on attack is so incredibly good is that once you have a couple buildings set up, the entire zone becomes unflankable. All you have to do is set up a couple minis at your spawn, maybe a level 3 or 2, and because you can wrangle them or delete anything that's going to cause harm to your sentries, well then that entire section of the map is now owned by the Engineers. So all the Engineers have to do is continue pushing up in microscopic increments and taking hold of small sections of the maps very gradually, and eventually, before you know it, they own the entire map with nothing you can do. This happens on 9 out of 10 matches if you're going up against attack Engineers. It's very rare for the game to end with anything other than Engineers have sentries surrounding your last point. You can't really deal with anything. I think other than Dust Bowl, which even then you can just like Wrangler spam your way to victory, it's very hard to repel Engineers who are trying to push up, because all it takes is one cheeky sentry that's now wrangled and your entire team is now in trouble. So because of this, I unironically think that attack Engineer is better than every other class except for defending Demo Man in this tier. I fully believe that attacking Engineers don't have any bad matchups, and the only bad matchups that he does have can be dictated by the map instead of the actual class by class, like, matchups, I guess. Now, Defense Engineer, you want to know why I made the dominant tier? This guy is going right to the top. Engineer on defense has no weaknesses, not a single one. Soldiers are the closest thing that you can do to beat a team of defending Engineers, because Soldier at least has like the direct hit and banners and cowmanglers, and if you use all of those in combination, you can like very occasionally cheese out sentry nests that aren't very smartly placed. Very occasionally though. Defending Engineers are so incredibly hard to break through. There's nothing you can do against them. Scout can't bonk because he gets knocked back. Soldier and Demo Man can't spam because they get deleted by the short circuit. Pyro can't do anything because he gets outranged. Heavy, I think, has the best matchups on, like, earlier points where sentries have to be more out in the open, but even Heavies can't really compete with that many sentries with Wranglers spammed at them at once. Even classes like Spy and Sniper, who normally have really good tools to delete sentries, those being Long Range and Sappers, cannot compete. All you have to do is place sentries in smart spots, and there's nothing that those classes can do. It is hilariously bad. There is literally not a single reason you should lose as Defense Engineer. It is overwhelmingly powerful, up to the point where if you lose, it is a skill difference. And I mean that literally. Like, your team is just so much worse than the enemy team that not even the crutch of Defense Engineer could save you. Engineer on symmetrical maps, on the other hand, definitely carries over a lot of that spunk. The fact that a lot of even or symmetrical maps don't really have time limits, like Capture the Flag or Payload Race, means that the attack engineer strategy of very gradually take definitive control over certain portions of the map and just keep slowly pushing up is a great strategy, because there's no time limit for you to take control of the entire map, and eventually attacking engineers will turn into defensive engineers because you own the entire map and people can't get out of spawn anymore. I don't think that even engineers are as dominant as defensive engineers, because you do have to put in a dedicated effort to get your team to the point where they own the entire map. That being said, it's not that hard, and once you do it, there's basically no counter, so you're going right to the top of the easy win tier because he has all of the traits of attacking engineer to benefit him, and then eventually it turns into defensive engineer, so pretty good in between if you ask me. As for the weapons that you should be using for the engineer, I've already explained the biggest two, the short circuit and the wrangler. Break the entire game. They're so unbalanced in this mode that I honestly think that you should put custom nerfs in place to prevent them from being the way they are. At least that way, soldiers can do something against engineers. You can also get quite a bit of mileage out of your shotgun too. Even just spamming rescue ranger bolts down corridors can do wonders. The rescue ranger is really, really good for going up against classes with splash damage because you can just heal your sentry without any inherent risk to yourself. The panic attack is really, really good on offense, I found, because if you spam short circuits, quickly switch to the panic attack, fire off a shot, and then pull out the short circuit again, you can basically have like a permanent projectile deleting field and never give like opposing soldiers or demomen the time to actually attack you. So that's a neat little strategy that I found that mainly benefits attacking engineer that just denies soldiers and demomen even harder, but really any primary is gonna get you by. Even a Thompson. Honest to God, there isn't much counter to 5 engineers spamming a Thompson down a corridor. Like, what are you gonna do? It's basically a rocket, except you can't even reflect it or really dodge it because it's so slow. Or I guess to rephrase, dodging it doesn't matter because there are so many of them that you can't really dodge that many anyway. And as for melees, use the Jag or the Eureka effect. There you go. Free win right there. Oh, another thing that I forgot to mention about engineers that just makes them that much more stupid is that they're the only class in the game that gets to skip the walk back to the front lines because you are going to have at least 10 teleporters down at any given time. So the fact that engineers have better healing than every other class but medic, infinite ammo, infinite metal because of how many dispensers you'll have down, instant ability to go back to the front lines, higher damage than everyone else, higher durability than everyone else because of wrangled sentries, and you can have your sentries do the work for you, means that he beats every other class in the game in every other area. Why is this a thing? This is so broken. Medic, significantly less exciting, but Medic does have a lot of surprising nuance that you can get used to. Medic is an interesting class in Class Wars because he doesn't have really any dominant matchups, but he doesn't have any matchups except for Engineer that he just can't win either. I think if the general skill floor in the lobby was like really high, like if you had competitive players on both teams, Medics could sweep because theoretically all you have to do is Uber chain for the entire game and there's nothing that the opposing team could do. Combine that with the fact that Medic has really good tools to push in, that being Uber charge. You have the Crits Krieg, which doesn't seem like it would do a lot at first because Medic doesn't have a lot of firepower, but just critzing a crossbow or even just a Blitzauger does a lot. Plus the Vaccinator, which shuts down a lot of classes if you can get your team running it, means that Medic has the tools to deal with really most classes in the game. The problem is that Medic's tools require a lot more finesse to use than a lot of other classes, which are just spam, and a lot of the time, you're not going to get put on the teams that has the average capability to do that. So, the Medic, in my experience, usually falls somewhere in the middle where you have, like, half of your team doing decently and then half the team just running in and dying and never Ubering anyone, which kind of sucks, but you still have a pretty good selection of tools to deal with regardless. Attacking Medic isn't amazing. I'm going to put on average attacking Medic in minimal chance. I don't think that there's really a lot that you can do if you happen to get Medic on attack. Because most teams, even if you have like really good Vaccinator users on your team, most classes can just spam you out very easily. Like if you just do the math in your head and you think that, okay, maybe it would take like 3 soldiers or a demo man or whatever to clear out a group of medics, but if everyone's using the Vaccinator, that gives you 4 times the effective health, but that's only 12 soldiers or demo men required to sweep your entire team, and they have 16 on their team, so it doesn't usually end up mattering. I'll at least put Medic at the top of minimal chance. Like I said, the better your team is, the higher your chances get, which is like exponential versus the other ones, which are just proportional. But most of the time, I don't think attacking medics have much of a chance to deal with some of the just ridiculous amounts of spam that the enemy team can put out. Defensive medics, on the other hand, actually do a surprisingly good job. I don't know how, I don't know why, but defensive medics are probably one of the better classes in the game, or at least in the top half. I would much rather have defensive medics than attacking scouts, at least. I think a lot of it comes down to the ability for multiple medics to spam syringe guns down corridors, doing a surprising amount of damage. Combine that with the Kritzkrieg and just random Ubers thrown in, the fact that your entire team at least should be healed most of the time, and the Crusader's crossbow, allowing for firing galleries from galleries, something like that, from long range to be a thing. Defensive medic just performs better than you would think a group of medics should, which is surprising to me too, but I mean, I have beat attacking engineers, soldiers, heavies, demos. Like, again, defensive medic just doesn't have any matchups that he cannot win. Like, he at least has a fairly good chance against everything. It's just, you have to put in a little bit more effort to get that result. And even medics, I think, suffer a lot of the same flaws attacking medics can. You're gonna get spawn camp, even with Ubers. Spawn camping on medic is much more of a problem. Medic also, and you'll see this with the rest of the support classes, medic just cannot capture and hold a point. That is a big problem with him, that on attack defense at least can get mitigated because you can literally just body block with Ubers in hallways to prevent people from getting to the point. But when you're on entirely separate sides of the map and there's nothing preventing the enemy team from like just going on top of you on like King of the Hill or whatever, then yeah, you're not going to be able to hold the control point even if you're getting like decent kills on average. So that was medic. I think you can get use out of really any of medic's tools. The Crusader's crossbow is by far the best, although the Blitzsauger also puts in a lot of work. The Crusader's crossbow, again, is just the spam king. Literally just fire it in a direction. No matter who it hits, you're going to be contributing something, so it's hard to not recommend that. And then most mediguns, I think, do the job pretty well. I would say avoid the quick fix if you happen to get that, because chances are even the insane amount of healing that the quick fix gives you is not going to counteract the even more insane amount of spam that's going to be thrown your way. So yeah, the quick fix is kind of useless, and the amount of people on your team compensates for the extra healing that the quick fix would give you anyway. Stock is really, really good, especially if you can set up Uber chains. It does take coordination, which I think this is the only class in the game that really needs coordination to work. But if you can set up just over comms or something, getting like a couple people on your team to set up Uber chains, unless you're against pyros or engineers, it's surprisingly effective. You can go on very long kill streaks and cause a lot of headache for the enemy team, which allows the rest of your team to kind of push in behind you. So in ideal circumstance, that would be a good way to play medic. I just don't see that happening in the general match, which does kind of suck. And then for melee, use the Ubersaw. There's no reason not to use the Ubersaw or the Amputator. I guess the Amputator could also put in some work. But the Ubersaw is so good because in a situation where everyone is going to be at max overheal and getting Uber is going to be a lot harder, even if you're one of the few medics that's like dedicated to attacking, you can still build up Uber, which is so insanely good if you can. Ubersaw is really good, but if you also want to be that person who just spams the Amputator taunt and heals your entire team constantly, then that's also admirable, and I fully support you. Not to mention, it's a good strategy. So now we're on to Sniper and Spy. You've noticed that, wow, the bottom two tiers haven't been filled yet. Don't worry, we'll do that in due time. Sniper is, theoretically, right, Sniper would be the best class in the entire game because being able to instant kill everyone from any range is kind of a broken ability, and the fact that you have 16 people doing that at the same time would make it impossible for the enemy team to sneak up on you, right? Well, no, because even though snipers have really good offensive capability, they cannot do objectives for the life of them. Sniper is a very selfish class, and when the win condition is do the objective and they can't do the objective, it causes a lot of problems. Attacking Sniper is the worst out of the three variants because snipers have zero ability to push in, right? You can at least get picks from long range, but it's like, if you pick off a demo man or even like 5 demo men who are spamming down a corridor, well, that leaves 11 left, and it's not hard for more demo men to come to take the place of the one you just killed. It's kind of the medic situation where most of the time your team is not going to be anywhere near good enough to compete with the amount of spam that a power class could put out, and without the ability to put in any elbow grease yourself, it's going to be kind of a very one-sided game. Attacking sniper usually gets spawn camped. It's very rare that they don't. Even medics can spawn camp them with bullet sockers, which if you're getting spawn camped by medics, mate, you're in really rough shape. It's going to go in the sands tier. Really, you are not going to have fun if you're playing attacking sniper. I don't encourage anyone to surrender. I say, at the very least, try to play out the match, but this is one of the worst classes in the game by far. Defensive sniper has a little bit easier time. Defensive sniper at least has a good matchup against two classes, those being sniper and spy. Because sniper can't really push, but he can stand his ground, defense is naturally going to be a little bit more oriented for him. I would even go as far as to say that a good team of defensive snipers has a pretty good chance against some of the better attacking classes that are higher up on the tier list, especially because you have the some of the secondaries that can help compete. Like the Girardi, you can just chuck into groups of enemies, and that can help your team pick off groups more. Like if you have someone dedicated to suicide with the Bushwhacker, it can be a strategy, but it's just not great. I'll still put him at a minimal chance, but it's not going to be as good as a lot of the other classes. I will put him above defending scout, though. I still think he has that much going for him. And then sniper on even maps. This was kind of the hardest one to rate because the map that you play on really affects a lot. Honestly, on Harvest, I would probably say that sniper could be even as high as usually successful. Because on maps that have ridiculously dumb sniper sight lines, the fact that the entire team can't really peek out of their own base to do anything is really, really good, and means that you can kind of capture the point without much effort. But on normal circumstances, you're going to have a lot of challenge, like maintaining the point or getting the intel or whatever, so I'm going to throw him in minimal chance. I'll say behind. Actually, no, because he has a couple good maps, I'll put him ahead of defensive sniper, but honestly, they're about the same in terms of effectiveness. I wouldn't want to get him regardless. And the more I think about it, I'm actually going to move Scout above these two, because I think Scout still has a couple tools like Mad Milk that allow him to hold points a little bit more than Sniper, who just gets overwhelmed a little bit too easy. As far as what weapons you should be using at Sniper, this is kind of a hard one to recommend because it really depends. Obviously, work around your counters. If you're against Pyros, use the Danger Shield. If you're against Spies, use the Razorback. If you're not up against any of those, the Cozy Camper and the Girardi are really good bets. The Sniper Rifle you use, honestly, I think you can get pretty good use out of even most of them. Even the Sydney Sleeper and the Classic, which are normally terrible. If you're going up against light classes like Scouts or even Engineers, just charging up a Classic can be really good. I mean, honestly, that's probably one of the better weapons. The Huntsman becomes really, really good in this mode because it allows you to effectively contribute to spam, get random instant kills. It's basically just a better direct hit spam down corridors, which is really good. It allows you to deal with people at close range, which is something that Sniper really struggles with outside of a very long cooldown Girardi Bushwhacker combo. So yeah, you can't really go wrong with any of his primaries, and secondaries are just kind of there to help you counter whatever you need. Melees barely matter if we're being honest. So Sniper, just play around the match. It's kind of hard to recommend weapons, but yeah, he's not a very good class, unfortunately. Spy is by far the worst class in the entirety of Class Wars. The entire point of Spy, as the old adage in competitive goes, is not to say, oh wow, I didn't know there was a spy there. It's to say, oh wow, I didn't know they had a spy on their team. Guess what? The match announces that the entire other team will be spies before you even are able to leave your spawn. The biggest strength of Spy, which is getting picks while people are distracted, does not work because no one will ever be distracted because everyone's always trying to get sneaky picks. Spy has zero ability to push. Even the Dead Ringer has a long enough cooldown that you're not going to be able to fend off any spam. The most you can hope for on Spy, honest to God, is getting a couple Ambassador headshots, dead ringing out, getting a health pack, and waiting for it to recharge. It's not even fun. Attacking Spy suffers the brunt of it very hard. Attacking Spy, I would dare say, is unwinnable in a lot of circumstances. You get Attacking Spy, again, I hate to encourage surrendering, but you don't really have much of a shot, dude. Just go ahead and surrender. He has 0 good matchups, not a single one that even has a microscopic chance of him winning. Even defending spies and snipers destroy him way more easily than everyone else in the game. You have no ability to push. You are the frailest class in the game. You have no options that make you any more tanky or provide any team support. So yeah, you just kind of suck. Defensive spies, on the other hand, I think can put up slightly more of a fight. Not much, but very slightly. Defensive spies, at the very least, can regularly beat attacking spies, and can usually beat attacking snipers depending on team composition and maps. Because of that, I'm going to at least not put the defending spy in the you just might as well surrender immediately upon seeing the text box tier. You can at least do a little bit sometimes, but it's still not that much. And on defense, you also have the luxury of not getting spawn camped for however long. You can at least finish the match like a man while everyone else just sweeps the objective, so at least your suffering is short. And honestly, I would even go as far as to say that defensive spy is above attacking sniper, because he literally just beats attacking snipers. That's cool at least. And spy on an even map like capture the flag or whatever suffers. Okay, you're just gonna get spawn camped. You just have to deal with it. The only reason I'm not going to put him in any percent glitchless surrender speedrun is because the matchups that he does have are very slightly better. And it's also possible to get spy versus spy, so he technically only loses 8.5 matchups instead of a full 9, so I mean, I guess it's not that bad if you think about it. The best weapon that you have is spy is the Kazatsky kick. If you can make the enemy team bored enough that most of them quit, maybe you can get auto bounce to the other team that doesn't have to play spy. That's the best suggestion I can give you. In all seriousness, though, the Dead Ringer, Ambassador, and like maybe Spy Sickle, I don't know. That's probably the best loadout you're getting, dude. There's not really much you have. You're not going to get like any backstab, so the Diamondback is barely worth it. The Ambassador can at least get crits on command, but ever since they nerfed the Diamondback, like, okay, I even remember playing Class Wars like a long time ago, and spies were a force to be reckoned with because you had to deal with getting hit for 102 by the entire enemy team. He wasn't good back then by any means, but he at least had the ability to push just by overwhelming you with crits. Nowadays, though, when you can't even do that, it's pathetic. The Ambassador's still the best option just because everything else kind of sucks by comparison, but you don't really have many options. At very occasionally, you can like cloak behind the enemy team. If you're up against like Demo Man or something, you might be able to flank everyone and get a couple picks because they just can't really deal with you at close range very well. But other than that, just, yeah, good luck, dude. You're not making it out of there unharmed. So anyway, that is the Class Wars tier list broken down into attack, defense, and even maps. I've been playing an ungodly amount of Class Wars for the last week to a month to... I don't know, it's been too long and my brain is completely melted by that point, but hopefully you enjoyed my efforts. Class Wars is a very fun mode. I do wish they would add more maps into the rotation servers, and I wish they'd make it so RTD isn't as much of an issue. But the mode as a whole is a lot of fun if you're not like a super try-hard and are the like zesty Jesus type who will throw your keyboard through your monitor if you get killed 3 times in a row. Anyway, let me know what you think. If people like tier lists, I have a couple other ideas. I wanted to do a roll the dice tier list, and then I realized that I'd have to get like footage of every single roll the dice effect, and it's random, and it's pain, alright? So I didn't really want to do that yet, but that may happen eventually, so keep your eye out. Anyway, thank you for watching. If you like this video, make sure to like. If you hated this video, go commit/surrender, and most importantly, have a good one. What if every single game mode was in Team Fortress 2? This is a question that I've been pondering a lot recently, ever since Versus Saxton Hale, one of the most prominent community game modes for nearly 10 years, was added into the official casual rotation. This opens the door to a lot of interesting possibilities because VSH is by far not the only community game mode. There are dozens of established ones, some basic, some wacky, but which ones would work the best in casual? So that's the question that I want to dissect, and the way that I plan on doing this is that I've ranked every single prominent community game mode from the ones that I think would work the best in casual to the ones that I think would work the worst. Now, in addition from ranking everything best to worst, I realized pretty early on that there were a couple categories that seemed to form. Some game modes work perfectly fine in casual as is, some would need some tweaking but overall would be great, some really just wouldn't be good ideas in casual even if they could work, and some just would not work at all. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to order everything into this little microscopic tier list. The tier list itself is not super important, but organization is nice, so that's what I'm going to be using to rank things by. So anyway, as mentioned, I'm going to be starting with the best and working my way down to the worst, first off going through Category 1. So Category 1 are modes that I think would work fantastically as alternative game modes in the permanent Team Fortress 2 casual pool. These all function very similar to Team Fortress 2 in concept, but with a minor twist that's not very hard to wrap your head around, and I think ultimately those types of game modes are going to be the best ones. I don't think a new player joining in the Team Fortress 2 for the first time should have to like suffer through learning what's essentially just a mini game built into Team Fortress 2. Even like existing modes like Manpower I think are a little bit too extreme and deviate too far. So these are all going to be modes that are incredibly easy to pick up and to implement because all you'd really have to do is just copy and paste the V-script onto all of the maps you wanted to play. There are going to be 4 things in this tier. It was a little bit hard for me to rank them in order, but I would say the best mode to add to the Team Fortress 2 casual pool, if I had to pick, would be Class Wars. I'm guessing most of you have played Class Wars before if you're on this channel, but just in case you need a refresher, I will be explaining all of the game modes. So Class Wars is basically Team Fortress 2, but each team is comprised of only a single class. So that can mean that, like, for instance, blue team is all medics, and red team is all soldiers, and you just kind of have to figure out, like, how to win with the restrictions you've been given. It's a very interesting mode. It does lead to a lot of creative, like, team dynamics and, like, synergies when you know that you have to work around your class's biggest weakness, like, 12 times in a row. And ultimately, I think that it's, like, just deviating enough from normal Team Fortress 2 that this is, like, the perfect alternative game mode if you wanted to add such a thing. The reason that I'm ranking it higher than everything else is because I think it needs the fewest amount of changes for what currently exists in the source mod mode. The only things that I would really like to see if it was officiated are that number 1, there are more maps than Dust Bowl, just because I'm getting a little bit tired of playing Class Wars on Dust Bowl. Number 2, I think some custom weapon balancing would probably be necessary, or I guess custom class balancing, because right now there are some matchups which are very difficult to win. I've made an entire tier list on this, but like if you get Engineer on defense, for instance, it's very difficult to lose, and likewise if you get Spy on attack, it's very difficult to win. So I think like giving each class very minor buffs and nerfs just to kind of balance out their weaknesses would be ideal. So for instance, you could give like Spies a damage bonus on their revolver just to help them gun people down and have more total damage. Maybe you could let medics like generate uber at normal speeds on like overhealed teammates, so that way it's actually possible to build ubers in a timely manner. Engineers, you can nerf them by making them have like a repair and upgrade penalty on friendly buildings that aren't your own. I don't know, there are plenty of ways that you could like subtly balance the classes that I think would need to be done just to make every class viable, but overall, once you got over those hurdles, this would be fantastic. Oh, and I guess we should also address the surrendering issue. So I briefly mentioned this in the intro, but some modes that are currently in source mod do have some source mod unique mechanics that I think would be challenging to port to VScript. For instance, chat commands and the little like yellow selection menus that appear on the left-hand side of your screen. Those are unique to source mod. You can't actually get those in VScript, or even if you can, it's probably not a good idea making people memorize a bunch of chat commands. So I think having like some kind of thing added to the official vote menu that lets you, like, you call a vote for your team to surrender after a certain amount of time on a clock has passed would be ideal. But other than that, I mean, there are plenty of ways to work around that. And again, once you got over all the hurdles, Class Wars, I think, is pretty much the perfect game mode for casual Team Fortress 2. I mean, it's basically just Team Fortress 2 with a pretty minor change in the grand scheme of things. You're not even doing any modding outside of the custom balancing. and you're forcing people to like approach the game in new ways, which again, I think is exactly what an alternative game mode should be. So that gets my number 1 vote. The second best game mode I will give to Stop That Tank, because like Class Wars, it is very similar to normal Team Fortress 2 in concept, but it has a minor twist. Stop That Tank, if you've never played it before, is pretty much just payload, except instead of the goal of the red team being to defend until the time runs out, it is to destroy the payload cart, which has been replaced by an MVM tank before it can reach the hatch. Everyone on the blue team spawns as MVM robots, which usually doesn't mean anything. It's usually just a cosmetic change, but there is a random chance for everyone on the blue team to spawn as a giant robot each life, which has the normal abilities of like soldiers being able to fire rockets really fast. They have a bunch of health, and you're generally just overpowered. Stop That Tank really just is like a modified version of payload. Most of the stuff that I said about Class Wars applies here, where it's like maps would be really easy to make because you just take existing payload maps and implement the V-script. Replacing people's models with the robot models is also not that much of a challenge. I've seen that done pretty easily in V-script, so it's like this would be a breeze to make, and honestly, if we could get permanent Stop That Tank servers, that would be incredible, because a lot of servers just don't run this anymore. The only reason that I'm putting this below Class Wars is because it deviates very slightly more from normal Team Fortress 2 than Class Wars does. There's just a little bit more like convolution that you have to figure out if you're a first-time player to the game, but it's really not that much. In fact, if we're taking like how many servers currently exist for each game mode into account, I think Stop That Tank would be my number 1 pick, just because like it really needs dedicated servers, like I mentioned. But yeah, like Class Wars, I think this would be right at home in the official casual poll. It's very similar to stock Team Fortress 2, and because of that, this is a very, very high pick. And also, I would encourage you, if you've never played Stop That Tank before, to give it a try. Maybe go seed some servers, help get them populated, because I had a chance to play this again for the first time in literal years, and it is a blast. It is one of my favorite modes, so yeah, go try it. Randomizer is the first mode that kind of dips its toes into the wackiness that community servers are notorious for, but I think like on a very basic concept, Randomizer works perfectly fine as an alternative game mode. How Randomizer works is that every single life you spawn as a random class, and for those that don't know, every class has like passive abilities and like different max health and movement speeds and stuff, and you get 3 random weapons from any class in the game, not just from the one that you spawned with. So for instance, if you spawned in, like you could be a demo man who has like a huntsman as your primary and a flare gun as your secondary, and then like like a uber saw as your melee, and that would just be a loadout. Randomizer can get a little bit crazy. Some loadouts are just a little bit powerful. Like if you get something with a sniper rifle and you can build sentries, it's like, well, you kind of become target priority number 1, but a lot of the fun in Randomizer is, number 1, learning how to work with your loadouts and learning weapon synergies that you otherwise wouldn't have in the base game. And number 2, learning like how to adjust your target priority to take down the person that has the OP loadouts. Because if they die, all of their weapons switch, so you basically have like eliminated a very, very powerful player from the game. So even though Randomizer is a little bit crazy on a surface level, like before you get the hang of everything, and you also have to like learn some different skills to play the mode effectively, a lot of people forget that Randomizer is intended to be played on stock TF2 maps. I know a lot of community servers like to run it on like Higher Tower or like really crazy stupid maps that, in my opinion, just make the mode not very fun, but like I had the chance to play Randomizer on legitimate Team Fortress 2 maps not too long ago, and it reminded me that yeah, this mode is actually really, really fun when you play it like as intended. There is a little bit that's up to RNG, but I think a lot of the fun of the mode is, again, trying to learn to mitigate the RNG. Like even if you get dealt a really bad hand, trying to figure out what you can do in that life to contribute to your team, which sometimes is a sacrifice play, is a really refreshing way to look at the game, and in my opinion is the sort of mixed up game mode that a lot of people who are burnt out on the game could definitely use. The reason I'm putting it below Class Wars and Stop That Tank though is because of the potential polish issues that I think you run into. It's not impossible to fix, and in fact, if you went through all of the necessary steps to get Randomizer to its peak working state, I think it could potentially be the best mode, but there's a lot of work that needs done. One of the biggest issues is that certain classes don't really hold weapons properly. This is something that's been kind of addressed in the newer versions of Randomizer. Before the models and the weapons just did not match up at all, but now like they actually attempted to make the class that you rolled hold the weapon correctly. The problem is that it just doesn't always work. Like if you get heavy holding a weapon that's normally held by someone with really small hands, they kind of glitch out. Same thing with like vice versa. And it's just not very pleasant to look at sometimes. And on top of that, a lot of the third-person world models just don't work. If you get a weapon that can either scope or rev on a class who doesn't have animations for either of those things, they just kind of A-pose and slide around, which obviously isn't something that you'd want in official mode. But if you could resolve all of that, which would take a ton of work and a ton of custom animations, but it is possible, I think Randomizer would be a fantastic mode for casual, and honestly is a mode that I think a lot of people should give another try to if their only experience with it is just playing on like ×10 higher tower or something. Oh, and the other thing that I'll add for Randomizer is I guess it could benefit from custom balancing issues. I know going on really high kill streaks and becoming an unkillable god can be a problem, so like maybe if you get like 15 kills in a single life or something, you're just marked for death. I don't know. There are plenty of ways to handle that aren't like completely stupid. Again, I'm not the biggest fan of like the manpower domination status, which this would basically be, but when there's a lot more randomness thrown into the mix, you might have to add something like this. Overall, though, I think the balancing wouldn't be too hard to work out, so this has the potential to be one of the best modes to add to casual. And the last mode that I'll add into the category of game modes that I think would definitively work is Uber upgrades. Uber upgrades, if you've never played it before, which I'm guessing you haven't because this is a very rare game mode to see running, is basically what if the MVM upgrade system was in normal Team Fortress 2. It sounds like a video that I would make. Everyone starts the match with $0, and killing enemy players and like capping objectives and stuff gives you money that you can spend to upgrade your weapons, pretty similar to how you can upgrade them in MVM. As the round goes on, each team just continues to like accumulate money and become more powerful, and because of that, it leads to some very interesting customization that you can do with your character. Like for instance, let's say you're playing Soldier and your goal is to capture the flag that's being defended by like 3 sentries. Well, you can either choose to upgrade damage to allow yourself to take out the sentries faster, or you could upgrade like movement speed and resistances to run in and get out before you can like be killed, or you could even do something like switching to medic and upgrading like uber charge speed on the medigun to allow you to like break into the nest faster. There's a lot of really interesting dynamics that like having upgradable weapons mid-round adds. And because of that, I think Uber upgrades, again, like Randomizer, has the potential to be one of the best game modes like within Team Fortress 2's game mode system. Also, like Randomizer, though, this game mode has the unfortunate reputation to just be like run on CP Orange and a bunch of wacky maps, when it is intended to be run on normal Team Fortress 2 maps, so that way the rounds don't go on for too long and you become an unkillable god. If you run it in its correct setting, and you also have the money reset after the round ends, which is what's supposed to happen, this is a fantastic mode. The reason that I'm putting it at the very bottom of the category, though, is because, as you might be able to tell from the footage in the background, a lot of stuff would need to change if you wanted this to be like a balanced mode within like normal Team Fortress 2 running VScript. The current version of Uber upgrades uses a menu and commands to allow you to like upgrade everything. I think if you added like the MVM upgrade stations to the maps where you wanted to put this mode on, that would be a fantastic way to implement it. I also think that like instead of having money be given on kill, it like drops a pile of money and you have to pick it up. That way it's like if you pop in for a kill, you can't just like corner peek or like play sniper or something and farm cash. You actually have to like go in and risk yourself to get potential upgrades. I think that makes it a little bit more fair. Also, a lot of the upgrades that exist in the source mod version of the mode tend to be a little bit silly. Also, as far as like how high they can stack, like if you stack movement speed to like 10 ticks, you just become way faster than I think anyone has any right to be in Team Fortress 2. Same thing with like upgrading damage or resistances or stuff. It's like at some point it just becomes not fun. I think capping out the upgrades at a sensible level, kind of like what you get in MVM, would be a better way to handle it. But if you made this a lot closer to MVM than what the community mode currently is, this would be a lot of fun and kind of like Stop That Tank. I don't see many community servers running that. That's why I'm playing on CP Orange in the background footage. I hate Orange, so that is like how far I've had to go to like test this. But having this officially accessible would be incredible. And like everything else, this is something that's compatible with normal Team Fortress 2, and because of that, Uber upgrades is, in my opinion, one of the best choices for a mode to add to Team Fortress 2 properly. So all of those game modes were in the top category, or the modes that I think would work perfectly fine in casual with very minor tweaks. The next category that I'm going to go over are modes that could work. They're a little bit more out there as far as game modes actually go, but if you did a lot of changes, they would work, although they would deviate from what Team Fortress 2 currently is pretty heavily, and I wouldn't be too offended if you like pointed to any of these and said like, that doesn't belong in casual. Barely not making it into the previous tier is Prop Hunt. If you've never played Prop Hunt before, number one, how? But number two, it's basically like hide and seek, but instead of like hiding by becoming invisible or like trying to find actual hiding spots, everyone on the scout team or the hiding team is disguised as a prop that can randomly be found around the map. So for instance, let's say that you're a hider, you have the option to disguise yourself as like a traffic cone or like a crate or even like something big like a truck. Your goal is to more blend into the map than to like hide within it, I guess, if that makes any sense. The Seeker team is comprised usually of Pyros. I think most game modes allow for other classes to be run, but Pyro is the most popular choice. And the Pyros have to go around the map trying to find all of the scouts that are disguised as props. The downside to playing Pyro, though, is that every time you fire your weapons, it hurts you, so you only have a limited amount of, like, ammo, essentially, per life that you can use. You can refill it all by going to the control point, which is in the middle of the map, but you can't run out of health. If you die, you have to wait until the next round. There's also the system where the last prop alive gets access to guns and is able to try to kill all of the Pyros before they die, or they can just hide. It's really up to you. So sorry if that was a lot, but that is, in a sense, how Prop Hunt actually works. Even though Prop Hunt is farther removed from what Team Fortress 2 is than a lot of the other game modes that I'll be talking about later, I think this mode specifically has the benefit of being something that most people already know about. Even if you've never played TF2 Prop Hunt or even Gmod Prop Hunt, Prop Hunt does exist in non-Valve titles, like, there's Fortnite, I think, has one. I'm pretty sure it's, like, Call of Duty or one of the like, more traditional shooters. And then I think there's even just a game called Prop Hunt, so it's like, people who've never played Team Fortress 2 before have some sort of access to what Prop Hunt is, and because of that, I don't think there's too much of an adjustment period that would need to be made, but I still think it is a little bit farther away from what TF2 is, so to speak, that I would definitely consider it a more touchy choice for casual. Other than that, though, I can't really think of there being too many downsides to adding this mode other than it just being weird relative to the other ones that I mentioned. The main issue that I could see with the mode is that most older versions of Prop Hunt use, I think, like source mod commands to let you disguise. It's like /prop menu or something like that. But the newer version of Prop Hunt, which I think is even called something like Prop Hunt Plus, fixes most issues that the mode had. The way to disguise as props instead of using the chat command is to actually go find that prop in the world, and then you look at it and press reload, and it instantly disguises you. I think in Prop Hunt Plus, every single prop has a unique health value too, so it's like smaller props, which were previously pretty broken, now just have like really little health to compensate, and the bigger props, which were also previously kind of broken because the hitboxes were off, now have a lot of health and presumably fixed hitboxes overall. So if you model the VScript version off of Prop Hunt Plus, I can't really think of too many things that would need changing, which is why I think Prop Hunt kind of skirts the line between a game mode that would be perfectly fine in casual and one that's a bit iffy. So I'll leave it at the top of Tier 2 for now, but this would, I think, for all intents and purposes, work perfectly fine as an official mode. Gun Game is another game mode that has a lot of exposure via other games, most notably Counter-Strike, where it's called, like, Arms Race, and I think Call of Duty, where it's called Gun Game. I don't play like Call of Duty or Battlefield or anything, so if I'm getting the games wrong, sorry. But basically what it is that you start off with a random gun, and every time you get a kill, that gun upgrades to the next level. Your goal is to get either 1 kill or 2 assists with every single weapon to work your way up to the final one, which is usually some sort of golden melee weapon. I think most versions of the TF2 plugin run it as like a golden frying pan or a golden wrench, and then whoever gets the final kill with their golden weapon wins the entire game. Gun Game is interesting because I think on paper it could work really, really well, but it does have some deviations that I think would make it challenging to run in like a casual setting, most notably that everyone is playing against each other. Even if there are other people on your team who are helping you get kills and assists and stuff, you're still technically competing against them, which is also the way that it works in CSGO, so it's like, I guess that's fine, but it's also just a little bit weird when like your team can steal your kills and you can't really do much about it. The other thing that I think would be weird is TF2's weapons are all assigned to specific classes. Unlike CSGO or COD, you're not just a generic soldier who can pick up any weapon. It's like, if you want to use a minigun, well, you have to be the heavy. So usually what the plugin does is it just instantly makes you switch classes every time you get a kill. This could work. I think you would have to like program in some like particle effects and maybe even a narrative. I think if you made the story of the map that like Marasmus is like transforming you as you get kills or something, that would help it a lot for it to not feel like super jarring, but it is a little bit off-putting if you wanted to polish it. That's the only concern, I guess, that I'm trying to voice. Other than that, I think Gun Game, because it is in another official Valve game, would work perfectly fine. I don't really have too many concerns with how it would be implemented, but it is far enough away from normal Team Fortress 2 where I would have some hesitations about adding this one. Here's where we get to a very interesting one, because if anyone was wondering, this is where I would put Versus Saxton Hale had the VScript version not already come out. Obviously, now that it is out, I think they did a fantastic job with it, and a lot of the fears that I had upon hearing the rumors that it would be added to the game have been alleviated, but if you told me like a month ago, which people did, that Versus Saxton Hale would be coming to casual, I would have a lot of concerns. In fact, I actually want to make an entire video talking about all the concerns that I have with even how the mode is currently implemented, but assuming that I didn't have the hindsight of like seeing how it has been officially added, the concerns that I would probably have would be, number one, VSH uses a lot of source mod commands. Like, I know if you want to see what the next hail is or reset your position in the queue, that requires you to use chat commands. Being able to change which hail you wanted requires a chat command. And speaking of setting your character, certain characters just don't really have any shot of being added to Versus Saxton Hale in an official setting. So like Saxton Hale obviously would be. The Horseless Headless Horseman, yeah, probably. I mean, it is a Team Fortress 2 character, so sure, why not? The Easter Bunny, I mean, okay, now we're really starting to stretch it. But Valve's not going to add, like, the Christian brutal sniper, and especially not the Vagineer. I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. Valve is not going to add a character officially to the game called the Vagineer that looks like a... Well, you know. But I mean, that kind of sucks, because these are all characters in the established plugin that you're losing if you wanted to port this to VScript and add it to the game. And again, the way that Saxton's been implemented, I think solves that, because he has a pretty